Thank you, Chair Bailey. Just another question about taxes related to vapes and cigarettes. Do we tax them the same way? So, vape is concentrated in a different way than cigarettes, but kind of like or are they tax those two items the same?
I was having vaping tax different than cigarettes. Yeah, I mean, I think the cigarettes are taxed by the pack, and vapes are based on tax based on a bit amount of and then
But like are the amounts, so if it's one pack of cigarettes is equal to how they, then are they taxed similarly or vapes taxed higher or lower?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know what's going to install the Department of Revenue as well to provide any feedback on that.
Yeah, let's look into that and let me know what the tax rates are. Because I'm sure there's some ways to find a comparison. And then I'm. Thank you.
If you had insured residents, I know that, yeah, that yes or no.
Sure.
Any other questions? Scott?
Commissioners, Scott Spencer, interim CFO. Through the first 2 months of the fiscal year, CCA checked about 81.7 million favorable on a cash basis. Net patient service revenue favorable due to increases in saving care, given changes in medical, and some expiration of CA and subsidies, September 1st of 2025. Total expenses are 17 million favorable budget. Total revenues finished favorable budget by 64.7, and funds property tax adjustment of 413 million. The appropriation adjustments, something that we identified the need for in here for 26. To the rest of the store, this will slow down year payments and have a time limit. So this fiscal year, two providers. We have no undisputed communication from the states, and this payments are up to me as well.
And
Yeah, I just thought a comment, so we're not behind at all on state, that's great. Unique, I know that's like a ripple that's come up to that podium, so excellent. Is that because the state is paying for the bills on time, or is that because you guys have changed something else? Or is that because no one's paying us, and then so they don't spend money, or what?
Yeah.
So it's not always a good story?
It's so part of the so the appropriation adjustment was something that would enable us to catch up on the payments that historically do lag towards the end of the fiscal year. So that's part of that as a beginning of catch up.
I didn't saw it was a paper.
Commissioner Aguilar, your phone, Chair, Commissioner Miller is absent. Commissioner Nine. Commissioner Brady. Devlin. Aye. Commissioner Kane. Aye. Commissioner Ford.
Aye.
Commissioner Casco. Aye. Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Rita. Predisposed for all five. Commissioner Perkins Larson is excused. Commissioner Sean Wilson.
Aye.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Stevens. Aye. Commissioner Trevor. Commissioner Bell. Aye. Chairman.
Aye.
Aye, with the exception of two absent, one for Commissioner Aguilar, three for Kane.
Yeah, it's clear, no line that's land for my anticipation.
Chairman, we have two additional speakers, we will entertain them. Sims, followed by Zoe Lee. Please be reminded of the person. Speakers. I want to sense for review. It's gone.
Before the speakers come up, it's really been a second thought. I would just like to call my two committees.
Yes, up here.
Need the finance subcommittee with vision to take. Secretary.
So, so you can watch the. Read it like this. And just-
I am present as this board litigation committee, thanks. Commissioner Devon is present, Commissioner Lloyd is in present.
Present.
Thank you, Commissioner Amanda.
I know.
Commissioner Lee is president. Commissioner Sean Morrison. Commissioner Stance. Present. Commissioner Trevor. Here. Chairman is present. Chairman, you have all members present and will require remote roll call when you return.
Therefore, this subcommittee will stand in recess to call the chair and. Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call Transportation Committee to order.
Ready, sir?
Our Heavenly Wednesday, March 11th, order. I'd like to call the Transportation Committee to order.
Commissioner Adler is absent. Commissioner Commissioner Britton.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Devon. Commissioner King. Commissioner Lloyd.
Present.
Commissioner Casco. Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Rita. Commissioner Rita is present and participating remotely. Commissioner Kevin Morrison is excused. Commissioner Sean Morrison.
Morrison president.
Commissioner Scott.
Present.
Commissioner Scott is present participating remotely. Commissioner Spence. Is part of the vote that Commissioner Trevor. Here. Commissioner Vasquez. Here. And the chairman is present. And you have all members present with the exception of this time, Commissioner Aguilar, excuse me, Morrison, and Commissioner Stance. And we do require remote roll call when we return.
Thank you. Finding that we are armed and stand recess to call the chair.
Hello. Good morning, Commissioner. How y'all doing?
Good morning.
I'm not sure how many of y'all heard me speak. Moving my mind, so. I have here a case summary in regards to something I spoke to the commissioners about, which was a false arrest that I suffered in April, also in June. Also, I was arrested for this same issue September 9th after speaking over in the CB meeting directly to the mayor. The case number is 25120458301. The second case number is 25120869201. In this case summary, it shows that the case was SOL, being stricken off the docket 5/30/2025. However, there's another notation in this at 6:20, which says that a motion was filed. The filing party, the defendant, Taiwan Sims, motion to reinstate. Now, if anybody here has ever suffered a criminal charge, then when you go to court, sometimes you'll get lucky in that they'll SOL the case, meaning dismiss the case in a lot of ways. They'll have 90 days. But the case that I have is a misdemeanor more times than none. Me being since I was a juvenile dealing with this, when they SOL the case, they never bring it back up. Never. The state's attorney, why seek that? I'm sure the commissioners understand that that's a fee. It costs the city to, what, prosecute this meager charge? But however, it seems that me, the defendant, the person that's fighting the city of Illinois or the state of Illinois, chose and elected to bring a charge back up on himself. And it's right here in the paperwork. But this is not true. Truth is that on June 3rd, when I was arrested, I was given a court date of 6/20/2025. The same court date in which this motion was filed, illegal
1 minute.
in the courts. So I'm speaking to the commissioners. You all have jurisdiction over the courts. And I'm gonna give this paperwork to you all so that you all can amend this issue that I'm dealing with. For simply speaking over in City Hall, y'all, for advocating. So y'all violated my First Amendment. Not only that, my Fourth Amendment, which restricts illegal arrest. All constitutional liberties, all the things y'all been arguing against what the president about, arguing against what everybody else about in regards to illegals, in regards to everybody else, well, here's an American demanding that you all use your jurisdictional power in the courts to amend this and have this off of my name, so I can continue my advocacy for housing, for the fact that y'all take, oh Lord Jesus, let me step away. So, commissioners, please, I got the paperwork here.
Thank you, Chair, please.
No, you take this, no, take it.
Please make it with the sheriff. So I please, our last speaker, sir.
A lot of people always ask me what, the Cook County Board of Commissioners do. So I want to break it down, let you know that, they help run the government of Cook County. That's why the government of Cook County is messed up. These people. Okay, which includes Chicago and its surrounding suburbs. They make decisions that affect more than 5 million residents. You guys pass laws when it comes to public health, taxes, criminal justice policies, housing and development, county operations. Y'all control the county budget. Y'all approve the multi-billion-dollar Cook County budget, but for somehow Harvey has no money. Flossmoor is asking for their property tax money. Y'all stole transportation money. You know, they approved the multi-billion-dollar Cook County budget, decided how money is spent on hospitals and healthcare. Hospitals are trash. Courts and jails, you already know how that goes, especially when it comes to us. Forest preserves, maybe that's the only thing y'all care about. Public health programs, transportation and infrastructure. You oversee major county departments, Cook County Health, Cook County Sheriff's Office, Cook County State's Attorney's Office, Cook County Assessor's Office, Cook County Clerk's Office. Y'all set certain tax and fees. Y'all vote on things like sales tax, sweet and beverage tax, like the soda tax, that's, the business and licensing fees. That's when you are small business killers, but the fees keep going up, but our businesses keep getting things. Each customer represents one district, each commissioner represents one district in Cook County and should advocate for residents, help address local issues, and bring funding or programs into the district. Now, I have a commissioner here.
1 minute.
Commissioner don't even come speak to me. I've been here for some years, my man. I said something to you finally for the first time. Well, you finally said something to me for the first time and told me that you seen me in Israel. Like, I never even been to Israel. Never. But you said that's where I went. What are you talking about? The city of Chicago knocked down my family's building in your district. You have yet to come and ask, how can you help? Ready 30 seconds. Also, are one of the reasons why Chicago feels ready to.
Yeah.
I waited for you. You're my commissioner. I'll see you for the next round.
Chairman, that concludes the last group of ones.
Commissioner Long. Thank you, Chairman. Move approval of the following items related to tax increment financing allocation. 0727. A proposed intergovernmental agreement between the Bureau of Economic Development and Illinois Housing Development Authority for administration of court-based rental assistance period March 12th, 2023. November 30th, 2026, fiscal impact $5.8 million. Item 26-0761, proposed resolution for an ARPA community program initiative implemented by the Bureau of Economic Development to increase total funding to Greater Chicago Food Repository by $10 million. Item 26-0762 to be approved as amended in the errata. It is a proposed resolution for the Vital Communities Program Initiative implemented by the Bureau of Economic Development to support problem-solving fund for homeless assistance and sheltering programs in the amount of $3.4 million. And I move to approve item 26-0763, proposed resolution for an ARPA Vital Communities Program Initiative increase allocations to sub-recipients in the hotel sheltering program, fiscal impact $688,700. Second, move back, Commissioner Long.
What illegals? What illegals?
260761, 260762 is indicated in battle, 260763. We'll begin with presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. Today, we are bringing forward a set of investments that are fundamentally about resident stability across the county. At a time when the federal policy environment is shifting and uncertainty is increasing, it is extremely important that we step forward locally and reinforce the systems that help residents remain stable and helps. The items before you today allow the county to do exactly that by strengthening the partnerships and programs that help residents meet their most basic needs. As part of the fiscal year 2026 budget approved by this board, the Bureau of Economic Development is seeking approval to implement several agreements. The items before you today include item 26-0761 is a resolution supporting our partnership with the Greater Chicago Food Depository. Item 26-0727 is an intergovernmental agreement with the Illinois Housing Development Authority. Item 26-0762 is a resolution supporting the Alliance to End Homelessness in suburban Cook County. And item 26-0763, which supports the continuation of the county's hotel-based sheltering program.
Where's yours?
Together, these investments represent nearly 20 million dedicated to strengthening food access, housing stability, and homelessness prevention.
Boy legals. Boy legals.
These investments reflect the county's commitment to step forward in a challenging environment and ensure that Cook County residents have the stability they need today while strengthening the foundation for healthier, more resilient communities tomorrow. You will now hear directly from our partners who are leading this work on the ground and who will speak to the real impact these investments will have for residents across Cook County. So we'll begin today with item 26-0761. And I believe Jill will be speaking.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Jill Rockman. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Greater Chicago Food Depository. I'm also joined here today with by Daniel Perry, who is our Vice President of Policy, Advocacy, and Community Engagement. And I just want to thank you for your time and attention on the matter of food insecurity, which is persistent across Cook County, but also as we try to find resolution to those through food access and capacity building.
That's a damn shame.
This is a relationship that we have been grateful for over the last 5 years and put investments in for expansion of capacity, and that may come in the form of vans so they can pick up food, walk-in refrigeration, shelving, storage, the infrastructure needed to serve our neighbors who are food insecure. And so we're asking for your alignment to approve the extension of those ARPA funds. I want to spend on the next slide just a little bit of context on why we believe the need is going to accelerate in the summer. You go back one slide. We are trying to get ahead of an issue that we see coming. And so with the passage of HR 1, $200 billion were cut from SNAP. And what that will mean across the country in Illinois and in Cook County is that hundreds of thousands of millions of people are under threat of losing their SNAP benefits.
Illegal.
As of February 1st, those people who are, because of that change, those people who are able-bodied adults without dependents are at risk for losing their benefits.
Yeah.
It's anticipated that this summer we will see an increase in the need, not unlike what we saw in November during government shutdown, which was a spike in people needing to use our services. So I want to highlight what we're recommending with the $10 million. It really goes on the next slide into two areas. It really is a form of emergency food, which is addressing the immediacy of now, but also in the long term building infrastructure. A little bit on the spending and the breakdown. So we're recommending that 8 million of the 10 million go directly to food assistance. The structure that we work with, our partners order food from the food depository at absolutely no cost. They order fresh produce, eggs, milk, protein, all that they want, literally. and we distribute it to them, and that would continue throughout all of Cook County. We service about 268,000 households over the last 6 months. On average, those households are coming to us 4 times in the last 2 months, almost once a month. And when they arrive, we seek to give them the food that they aspire to have, both culturally relevant is core to what we do, as well as nutritional balance is core to what we do. The long-term balance is in the capital, is in the infrastructure, and those are the capacity building grants. And for those who will focus on suburban Cook, it's there where we know there is more unmet need, and we will want to provide grants, provide the infrastructure. Again, in the way we've done in the past, that could come in the form of storage, refrigeration units, walk-in refrigerators, so that they can store more food, take in more food, and therefore distribute more food. We thank you for your time and consideration.
I know that was more than 3 minutes.
Partnership. I look forward to discussing.
That was more than 3 minutes.
Thank you, John.
That was more than 3 minutes.
Presenter is Roseanne with the Illinois Housing Development Authority.
Good morning. My name is Rosie Succa. I'm the Deputy Director of the Strategic Response Department at the Illinois Housing Development Authority. On behalf of our board and our leadership team, I want to express our sincere appreciation for Cook County's partnership and ask for your support in extending the court-based rental assistance program. Since it opened in 2021, this program has helped tens of thousands of households across the state avoid eviction while ensuring property owners receive the rent payments they rely on. In the past 6 months alone, we have helped over 2,700 Cook County residents with more than $21 million in emergency rental assistance.
That's a lot.
It's a proven intervention that stabilizes families and neighborhoods across the county and the state. At current funding levels, we expect to exhaust our remaining funding. However, the infusion of funding you're considering today will allow us to extend the program at a time when many households are still unaffected. Next slide, please.
Y'all crazy.
In partnership with the
Y'all
courts and
crazy.
legal aid
Y'all
providers,
crazy.
this program has become a key piece of safety net that
Never
has
see that
lifted
in
families
Google's
from
need this while
evictions
y'all doing this assistance. Y'all
In fact, nearly 80%
For real.
of assisted households are able to assist
Don't
their
know.
residents after receiving assistance. As renters go through the eviction
For real.
proceedings, they are referred to our program where we provide expedited application review and help eligible households
crazy.
avoid an eviction judgment and displacement. Payments are made to landlords in as few as 30 days from the date of application, which is a notably quick turnaround for direct housing review. The true cost of evictions goes beyond the immediate financial impact. It can be a turning point that leads to job loss, school disruption, and even long-term instability and homelessness. The award you're considering today is an investment in preventing costly and far-reaching consequences of eviction and to give residents the support they need to remain stably housed. Thank you for your consideration, and we respectfully ask for your continued support. Thank you. And our next speaker are Jennifer and Katie from the Alliance to Fight Homelessness.
Y'all are.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Hill. I'm Executive Director of the Alliance to End Homelessness in suburban Cook County. I'm here today to speak to the $3.4 million proposed investment in the Problem Solving Fund, which will support direct funding assistance and staffing to create flexible, creative, cost-effective solutions to quickly resolve a housing crisis for families and individuals. This falls into 3 categories of homelessness prevention, shelter diversion, and rapid resolution. Homelessness prevention is aimed at people who are behind in their rent and maybe facing eviction within a couple of weeks. This helps them with some services, some back rent, in order to stabilize and stay in their rental homes. Shelter diversion is aimed at people who are at the front door of shelter. They are seeking shelter. They self-report needing shelter tonight or tomorrow night. Shelter diversion is composed of a housing-focused problem-solving conversation and sometimes some flexible funding assistance to help the family or individual identify immediate, safe alternatives so that they don't need shelter and don't experience homelessness.
rapid resolution is the continuation of that conversation, even if a person becomes homeless, to identify creative, flexible, safe, and cost-effective solutions to resolve their housing crisis. Next slide. This graphic gives a visual representation of homelessness prevention being for that group of people who are not yet homeless, but behind on their rent and housing unstable. Shelter conversion being for
This
people
is
who are
the
looking
same.
for shelter. And then rapid resolution being people who are in shelter or interacting with our homeless system through street outreach or in another way, but are literally homeless now. What ties these interventions together is the housing-focused problem-solving conversation. With targeted services and usually limited financial support, we can help someone solve the housing problem and avoid the experience of homelessness altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And then finally, our last
Please.
item, 607-6.
Please, finally.
Thank you. So she's Susan Campbell, Director, Cook County Department of Planning and Development. We ask for your consideration and approval of item 26-0763, which is the continuation of our vital hotel shelter program. And I think what you've heard this morning are the three key cornerstones that we've learned coming out of the pandemic that provide vital and critical and impactful service to our people who are citizens who are unhoused in Cook County. We talked about rental assistance, we talked about food, we talked about shelter and the services that keep people housed. And so this program will continue to service a hotel shelter program that provides transitional housing for people who are in between being homeless or who are in between being in a shelter and being in a permanent form of housing for them with the lease. So that slide that we shared with you earlier identifies in the resolutions, identifies the additional funding that our key partner agencies will be receiving to continue to operate hotel shelters as an option for the function that their state funding and our existing ARPA funding was set, which is from October to November of this year.
Oh, my
Thank
God.
you. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentations.
Any questions?
Questions, Commissioner Knopf?
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to publicly thank the Greater Chicago Food Depository for all of the great work that they're doing. I especially want to thank them for their partnership with the many churches in the community that they've partnered up with. And I know that there's even libraries that are now centers where people can access food. And I think the important part here is the many children that will be able to continue to have food access. And the fact that, it was brought to my attention that there are cuts with some of our other levels of government, for example, CPS cut food for some of their after-school programs, which in a lot of times it could be the only access for food for children. So I think this is important, is a very critical investment in ensuring that communities, children and families continue to have access to food. So I just wanted to thank the Bureau and of course, all of the great partners that did their presentation.
Illegals. Oh, yeah, I want to make sure illegal kids eat.
Commissioner Lee.
That's a damn shame.
Thank you, Chairman. For 26-0727, 26-0761, 26-0762, 26-0763, were these circulated for commissioners to be added on as sponsors? Well, I want my question answered.
Oh.
We're happy to have you as a sponsor.
But did you circulate it ahead of time?
They were in the agenda. We have been providing briefings to commissioners and.
Right, I got a briefing, but we were not asked to be a sponsor. We didn't get on. So I just think it looks a little disingenuous when everyone's not added on here.
Oh, we would be happy to add you
Yeah,
on.
please add me.
Thank you.
Leave, Joe, all members, leave. Mr. King.
Thank you. So thanks, for everyone who came and the organization that you represent. I appreciate that. I appreciate the layered approach approach that we're taking. So it's food, you know, think of it as kind of higher frequency of food, the ability to be fed, fuel systems if you're renting. And then I hope, and I know we talked about at other times at the board about ongoing assistance for homeownership. The Illinois Housing Action came on the reports 2 days ago that talks about 225,000 units as a deficit for affordable housing. So if we think about our entire community and what they need actually housing, about over 200,000 units short of what people need to stay housed. Not doubled up and not obviously homeless, but like what is it that we need to be housed? And so the only way we're gonna get there is through building. We obviously talk about the land bank, we could do 3,000, you know, and you know, organizations like the Pine, like we they do another 2,000, you know, and it's chipping away at this problem. But I think that we will never get away from just, you know, homelessness and system. So, as we think about how we plan long-term in the future for either the rest of the ARPA money, or as other grants come our way, absolutely those basic emergency needs, really important, homelessness and hunger, obviously, then rental assistance and maybe even assistance and then construction of building. And thinking about it as
Great.
start to finish, because we can't, you know, and that isn't just money, it's also really looking as an intergovernmental partner to get mainly the city and some of the suburbs and state also to eliminate the impediments to building and reduce the costs, because 80% of what the land bank has done has gotten rid of impediments to people that actually be willing to exercise in the market, and the cost per unit of a unit of housing that has to be subsidized through line tech and other things is enormous, and it's more important. And so we have to do both things. We have to spend that money on housing, but we also have to eliminate the barriers to housing so the market can kind of function on its own. Won't function everywhere on its own. That's what government's for.
Oh my
But it
God.
can function in some places. So absolutely appreciate the support, meeting the emergent needs, but we also need to be solving the long-term problem at the same time.
Oh my God.
Commissioner Dent.
Y'all crazy.
Thank you, Chair Daley.
Y'all crazy.
So I agree with what Commissioner Gainer had just mentioned. There are impediments that government puts in the way of doing good work. So I do think that we need to kind of even look at our own building and zoning codes to make sure that we're not creating impediments then for the good work that another department wants to do, so that in reality, it's like one hand is impeding the other one from doing the good work. Particularly, I wanted to say a little bit about the Greater Chicago Food Depository and the funding we're giving to them. I think with the federal government withdrawing SNAP benefits from people and providing the eligibility requirements, we are going to see a sharp drop off in people who are eligible for SNAP, but who really need it and need it for, you know, there's small children, eligible seniors who are on a fixed income, who cannot provide food for themselves. And food insecurity, people starving in the country that we call the greatest country in the world is unforgivable and it's cruel. And so I'm glad to know that dollars is going to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. I've mentioned this before, but there's 2 food depositories in my district, the Friendship Center and the County Pantry, and they serve thousands of families. I volunteer there regularly. My husband volunteers there every single Wednesday. So we see the people coming through, and these are absolutely people in need. So I just want to make sure that the money is circulated around to food dispensers throughout Chicago and Cook County. The neighborhood being affluent doesn't mean that there is not need there, but there are not really excellent food pantries, and that people travel from outside that neighborhood to those food pantries because they are reliable, they are consistent, they have predictable food. And so that's meeting the need. And it's not a case always of meeting a need in a community based on the affluence, you know, or not. The Friendship Center is an elderly park, and so it's a very diverse neighborhood, the most diverse neighborhood in the city of Chicago. I think the point is we need to figure out where that, you know, where that food can go. There's need everywhere, but I just want to make sure that the communities that need it in my district are covered. So thank you for doing this.
Food for illegals. Food for illegals.
I echo the sentiment of what has already been shared.
However, the briefings that I received, I think were illuminating. And I would like to call Ms. Perry from the Greater Food Depository back to the microphone so that she could share with the body the impact that SNAP is going to have and as soon as May first and foremost, on some families and the idea of what our country is putting forward, that the threat that people who are actually poor gotta prove their poverty. Further, I think one of the things that's being missed in this entire conversation is the impact that the cut to SNAP is going to have on actual businesses, right? So if she could please just come to the microphone to illuminate some of that, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. My name is Danielle Perry, Vice President of Policy, Advocacy and Community Engagement at the Food Depository. I appreciate the question. On July 4th, when the Big Beautiful Bill was passed, the safety net was attacked. And when we say safety net, we mean programs that help the most vulnerable people in our society.
Help the illegals.
Like Medicaid. SNAP was cut, as my colleague said, by almost $200 billion. But what that means in actuality, how
That
we
they'll go.
the two biggest things is one, the responsibility to pay for federal benefits, the SNAP program, some of that is now shifted to the state. As of today, the state of Illinois will owe 15% of the SNAP benefit by October. And that will be a yearly amount. That amount is $800 million a year. If the state does not pay that, we will lose SNAP completely. All 2 million people who receive this benefit in the state will lose it. 75% of which are children, seniors, and people with disabilities.
That's illegal.
We are in danger of people losing this program completely next year. But the immediate thing that we're going to feel is that on May 1st, the state has estimated that almost 450,000 people in the state could lose their benefits. Because in the system today, they look as if they have no employment at all. It has always been a longstanding rule in SNAP that you had to work to receive this benefit. But what the Big Beautiful Bill did was change who was exempted from that work requirement. Before, anybody who was above 55 was exempt from having to prove that they worked 80 hours a month to receive this benefit. The Big Beautiful Bill said that needs to be 60. Before, if you were a veteran, you were exempt from having to prove that you were working 80 hours a month. The Big Beautiful Bill said that doesn't matter if you're a veteran. You have to prove that you're working. If you were experiencing homelessness, you were exempt. The Big Beautiful Bill cut that as well. But the biggest one is that states that had extremely high unemployment rates were exempt completely from having to prove that every person receiving the benefit was working. Illinois was one of those states. So for the first time in history, the state of Illinois will now have every person who is able-bodied without dependents have to prove that they are working 80 hours a month or volunteering 80 hours a month or participating in a SNAP employment and training program. So now we are in jeopardy of people who really need this benefit losing it because of paperwork. Not because they're not working, because
they're illegal.
People on the program are working.
They're illegal.
But because they now have to go through the barrier of more paperwork just to prove that. So you can only be unemployed 3 months every 3 years. So if you are unemployed in February, when they started counting it, and you were unemployed in March and April. On May 1st, you will lose your benefit. Why it's important to lift this up in this moment is many people, the powerful part about this is that some people just don't even know. So it is our responsibility to lift this up, to tell them that SNAP rules have changed. We do not want to see people in the store on May 1st surprised that they don't have their benefit.
No, don't want that.
And it's important that I say this one more thing. It's not just the individual. Some people will say this doesn't matter. Everybody should be working. But that person is in a household with children, with our elders. And so that mom who loses her benefit, she was already struggling to make ends meet.
Probably she got married.
That kid goes to school without some meals. That senior doesn't have the food they need to keep their health where they need to be. But also,
This impacts every single person in our county because those dollars go straight into stores. They go into the local grocery store, they go into the corner store, they go into the farmer's market.
Yeah.
What do you think happens when $4.7 billion that come into the state don't come in?
People go home.
Stores will close,
Good.
or before they close, prices will go up on the rest of us.
Yeah.
So it's important.
Like
that
our property
we not
tax.
only the impact on the person, but the impact on the family and the impact on our economy.
Yeah.
This is a moment in history.
Mhm.
We have to stand up for our folks. We have to spread the word and let them know SNAP rules are changing. And we
Yeah.
do everything we can to partner with each of you to spread that word.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's how you do it, Trump.
Mr. Scott, I'm sorry.
Right.
Finish.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Mr. Scott.
It gets confusing.
I got it. Yeah, I get it.
Do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I think that one thing I am constantly struck by is the level of cruelty that we now see from our federal government. And this need is the perfect example of everything that is wrong with what we see coming from Washington. You know what? I'll get off my soapbox on that.
Yeah.
Just to say,
Please.
our food pantries are some of the best resources in this county. And I was so glad to see Julie Schaefer from the Northfield Food Pantry. They do such wonderful work. And yes, this is a countywide issue. It's everywhere. And the suburbanization of poverty and food insecurity exists throughout the county, including areas that are typically more affluent than.
Excuse me.
Because of that, this resource allocation, I wish it could be more, but it's what we can do right now with the limits of our own budget. But it is absolutely essential to keep people with these changes that are coming down fed, and to continue to make sure that they have the resources they need to continue to live their best lives, because this stuff is essential and it must continue. And I would, of course, be supportive of all of these resolutions and actions. Thank you. Commissioner Trevor.
Can't wait till his turn. Litigation.
I'd like to echo,
That's gonna be fun.
Commissioner Brigham's comments on the importance of this as it relates to the suburbs. And given that, I want to thank the Greater Chicago Food Depository for working with local food banks. In my area, the suburbs have some unique challenges that aren't present in the city. A lot of them have to do with transportation, and increasing their flexibility in terms of how food is distributed in the suburbs has been really key to servicing people who need that kind of help in the suburbs. Changing the subject a bit, I want to go back to SNAP and also talk about it relative to the work requirement, not only for SNAP, but also for Medicaid. When the ACA was implemented,
Right.
there was part of that legislation was a requirement on employers that if an employee was employed more than 30 hours a week, they were required to offer them employer-based insurance. The reaction to that for a number of very large employers was to use scheduling techniques, in particular dynamic scheduling, to make sure that essentially the hours that some employees were getting fell below that 30-hour a week threshold. And I'm a little bit concerned here about how that practice relates to both SNAP eligibility and Medicaid eligibility. If we've got an 80-hour work requirement, whether or not somebody actually hits 80 hours in a given month could very much be out of their control. It could vary tremendously from month to month. And I'm wondering whether or not those in this room that are working with SNAP have any information or insight how that might, how the new work requirements might translate into eligibility for people who are employed in those types of jobs.
As long as they legal.
I can try to answer the question as best I can. You made a great point about the fact that many people are going to be penalized because they can't meet the 80 hours, though they don't make up their hours. So if you're a part-time worker and you work at a store and they only give you 70 hours each month, you would actually get that first strike and not have enough. There is one solution that we could advertise
Send them home.
It's volunteerism. So you can, the ways that you can qualify for the 80 hours a month is you can work the 80 hours, you can volunteer the 80 hours.
Get up off the butt.
Or you can participate in an approved SNAP employment and training program or be on unemployment. What some people don't know is that it actually can be a combination. So let's say you work 70 hours and you know you're getting close to the end of the month, you could go volunteer anywhere and be approved for those 10 hours, and then you could qualify for the 80. One thing the state has done in this case is created a website called Galaxy Digital. It's in partnership with Serve Illinois. And what they're doing is they are populating opportunities for volunteerism to one site. And so this is good for us to know from an organizational perspective and for individuals. As organizations, right now, if you need help, you can go to that website and put the volunteer hours up there. Commissioner Stamps, when I spoke to her, she asked, could commissioners put volunteer opportunities up? And could other elected officials do that? And I said, that's a brilliant idea. Let me follow up with Serve Illinois. And they said, yes, as long as it's not political.
Oh, it won't be political.
To make sure if you have opportunities, whether you're an organization like a food pantry, who could be saying, hey, we need volunteers to help us give out food. The food depository has joined that website as well, and we have hours Tuesday through Saturday, multiple times a day where you can volunteer. We're even thinking of doing creative things like helping to spread the word about these changes as an opportunity for volunteerism.
They'll learn.
But on the other side of it is we need to make sure that people who receive this benefit know about the changes, know that they can volunteer, know that it can be a mix of employment and volunteerism, and know that this site is there to help them. So we have a toolkit on our website at the Greater Chicago Food Depository where you can click onto that website, and as commissioners, you can use our toolkit to talk about these changes. We have one-pagers, and lots of material that you can use for newsletters, emails, or whatever. And we do also have trainings for the Galaxy Digital site. So if you have organizations in your community who you know need volunteers, we can get them trained to put it on there. It's seamless because a person can go on and volunteer and be approved right there. And the state automatically receives the information. So that saves all the steps of going and getting a letter and getting it signed. Like, this website is an excellent tool that we all need to push people towards, both SNAP recipients and organizations. Hopefully that's a little bit of the answer to your question.
This is, thank you very much.
Commissioner Casco.
Thank you, Chair. So let's start by thanking Sophie and her team for the work that they've done. I know last month we brought up several resolutions with regard to homelessness. 26-0777, which spoke to the homelessness, the trauma and conditions that are that develop throughout the process of actually being homeless, and then 26-0776, which is the Great Wave, because I really want to bring attention to the increase in homelessness amongst senior citizens. It is a growing population, so we want to stay on top of that. So thank you for the work that you've done and get this expedited. Greater Food Depository, thank you for your work. I will speak specifically for the South Suburban area. I have several communities where you all have had to step in, especially through the months of October through December, where our food pantries ran out of food. It was a scary time. During that same process, for whatever reason, we seem to have had a lot of fires. So we had a lot of people that were displaced. So much so that our shelters were full and we started placing people in hotels. So all of these resolutions are geared towards making sure that people are receiving the services that they actually need. Our children were greatly impacted, and when food insecurity is there, it really dictates how they show up to school, how they show up to work, how they interact with others. So all of this is cyclical. So we must make sure that we continue our efforts on this board to ensuring that the monies are there for both home insecurity as well, housing security as well as food security. So whatever we can do to assist and move this effort forward, please, let's continue to do so. And thank you, Danielle, for the work that you did for Rob specific. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Sean.
Chairman, thank you. I love finance because a lot of things come up and it gives us opportunity to have a robust conversation such as this. First of all, I agree. I want to commend the food bank for doing great work. To echo Ms. Schaefer and to echo Commissioners Britton. Robert, Kansas Township, where I live, also has a very active food breakdown of that, just because it's in Palos Park area. Northfield or others, doesn't necessarily mean that it's, you know, a bunch of rich folks. My township has everywhere from, that's true, there are homes that are $4 or $5 million, and there's also probably nearly 1,000 federally and locally subsidized housing units. Manufactured home sites, places like that. I can tell you that the Palos Food Pantry feeds hundreds of people on a weekly basis. We also have a very robust health clinic that treats multiple dozens of people on a weekly basis as well. So under something that obviously is national, international. Now, I do have some questions based on this, and I just wanted to. These 4 items are going to be coming out of TIF funds or a blend of TIF and ARPA.
So these funds are specifically previously TIF funds that have been provided to the county. They're all TIF funds.
All TIF funds. And we have, for the commissioner's consideration, we're assured that this is the proper allocation of TIF funds, because TIF funds, of course, are designated to a very, very specific use. Will these qualify?
So they, when, and I think, Tanya's here.
Here's another black face.
I understand the budget.
I know, but I could see, we would not have passed it without.
Another black face.
All right, good morning. I'm Anthony, Chief Financial Officer. The funds that we're receiving are declared TIF surplus. Once the city declare a surplus in TIF, that funding goes to typically our general fund. When we realized how much TIF surplus the city was going to declare, that is when we identified the excess of $19.9 million that would have typically gone to our general fund revenue, but we allocated it specifically for these particular programs.
Okay, so the consideration of the commissioners exercising their fiduciary duty here, we are fully within compliance in the allocation of these funds to these projects. Okay, great. Another side question though is that I am looking at this. It's the SNAP. I don't see anything here about the county, us or the city or the state for that matter, putting in any formats to educate and to help those that may fall off of the SNAP benefit due to their eligibility, to help train them or help them find employment or anything along those lines. Are there any programs? I mean, that would be something that I think we should allocate some dollars to as well. There are going to be several able-bodied 18-year-olds and 60-year-olds that are gonna fall off. Now,
That's illegal.
I love that without inflation, advocacy would be ineffective. So some of the stuff that was said here today was a little bit overstated. For example, if you're a single mother with a child, you're not being thrown off SNAP. If you're in school, you're not being thrown off SNAP. If your youngest child is 14 or under, you're not getting thrown off SNAP.
Make it plain now.
Say that.
So let's just.
All these lies.
Strikes. However, it's still something that we need to address as a county government, and I would say city government, state government, federal government.
Because you don't lose that federal money.
If you have anything in the pipeline that can help those folks that are gonna find themselves, that are gonna, some folks have got letters now and they'll continue to get them, that we can do as a county government that can help them find jobs. The state of Illinois, by the way, we're the highest unemployment state, and yet we have 4 jobs for every eligible worker.
And I believe with county.
Look at them cutting them off.
Yeah. To do SNAP, where I SNAP benefit to volunteer. Work with various agencies, I believe sociologists working with the individuals. And so part of it, I would have her address it, but I know the hospital was addressing this as well. So,
Thank you, Commissioner, and that is very important that we do amplify this message, and that's why we wanted to ensure that our partners did join us today, so that they can share that message, and we will be continuing to partner with them. There are convenings that are being coordinated, and we are at the table along with the president's office and other agencies of the county to start looking at this comprehensively and coordinating efforts. And I'll be happy to provide updates as that work goes along, and I'm sure that at some point there will be digital toolkits that we will be sharing with commissioners as well to amplify that same message.
Yeah, I think that's an important link to the, school here that we have the ability to help.
But it's very new hand for those two or three
They
items.
keep cutting them off.
You mentioned two or three items, Commissioner, I think the 14-year-old.
They keep cutting them off.
Well, what the actual guidelines are.
Right.
I mean, there's,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, that's just a statement, that's all.
Right, I know, I know.
That means everyone's agreeable with that.
No, I just wanted it, if you wanted any response.
No, I'm not looking for a response. I just think, you know, there's, you know, we get a lot of testimony here during public speaking.
Exactly.
So you're questioning what was said.
I made a comment that advocacy,
Mm-hmm.
the strongest point of advocacy, otherwise it would be vanilla, it would be like. Okay, man, a comment.
I'm talking.
So just where everybody else is stating that not 100% of everything that's ever said is 100% accurate. because
There you go.
said-
That's how you do it, Commissioner.
Testimony, should not have comment by those members of the public who are at the meeting. It is causing confusion for some of my colleagues, and we can't have it.
Yeah, boy.
Sure.
Why can't you have?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to, I wasn't before at the time, so I'd like to add it, to it.
And leave, just for clarification, it's leaves that all members have all, correct? Is there any member who does not want to be on any of these items? I'm just asking that, just for case to know, do all members on the floor, is there any member who does not want to be on any of the items we are voting on now? Please indicate to the clerk. No, there's not.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and then, second, Daniel, Perry, I have another one for you. So I just want to get clarity on the combination of work/volunteer. And the site in which you brought up, so it is, you register sites to volunteer work. And there, you don't have to fill out or verify anything else if you go in the site.
Right. If they already know that you're working the 70 hours, the site's just the additional volunteerism. I would just say as a personal point of privilege, everybody needs to be in contact with the Illinois Department of Human Services who's on this benefit. They need to be calling and communicating with them either via phone, in person, or using AID, the state site, to make sure they have the correct information. And I would say call and make sure you're doing that consistently. Make sure they receive the volunteer hours. What this administration has done is just added more red tape and more paperwork. And so that means you gotta be on the ball and be checking to make sure they have information. But no, you should only have to do this, the actual volunteerism and verify it on that site. And that should be enough. And we can also make sure after this meeting that our team sends every commissioner the actual website, the training, the link to sign up for training, and everything you need to be able to share this with your community and your constituents.
That is exactly. Absolutely. You talk about that in toolkit, you talking about the website and all those things. Basically, you can make it. Trying to make it. It'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I know Commissioner Marina.
Thank you, Chairman. First, that's me. I did a response to the, that's not added on the floor. So, to the greatest contribution on the story, and for the briefings and all the work that you all do, you know, with these, you know, work requirements. It's sad to me that, you know, it's a recognition that there are people who are working many full time who still need to be successful in the country. And I think that there's something wrong with that. I wanted to also, thank you, a conversation after, the budget process and of these funds around providing halal and kosher food. And I just wanted to say thank you for the progress that we've already made just in the last 2 months. We are in rock dot right now, providing halal for the first time for a year. Thank you for doing that. And I know a lot of our people are really grateful for that. About cultural competency and that all of our communities as well as develop better thank you, for that. Time. Thank you to myself for joining the meeting previously. On the item, of the, problem solving fund, it's a $2 million item. So here, you get a breakdown of where that goes from, how we're trying problem solving.
Hello?
I just provided it to Crystal Framework of update if I'm working with one. Is that money gonna be offered going to shelter?
Thank you, Commissioner Marita. This is Susan Campbell, Cook County Department of Planning and Development Director. Yes, that fund is broken down, according to the 3 categories plus, fixed site shelter. Because we recognize that, emergency shelter and fixed site shelter operations are vital needs as well. And so we will be shifting funding to make sure that we cover those areas as part of the problem solving fund.
Within 3 million, is there a breakdown of where that's going? It's a bit high.
Commissioner, hi, this is Susan Campbell again. Yes, it is broken down. There's about 700,000 that will go towards hotel shelter. And then the other 3 areas will provide that shelter. If I'm looking over at Jennifer, from the Alliance to End Home. Do you have those figures with you? If not, we're happy to get that to everyone.
We don't entirely know the breakdown of the 3.4 billion, but I think the important point that I hear.
Then why give it to them?
Is that, the amended item, contracting with the Alliance to End Homelessness allows the Alliance to sub-award some of the $3.4 million contract to go to shelter expenses. And that's to create a little bit more time and conversation about supporting those fixed site shelters that were not included in the 688,700 in the separate item.
And is there a designated amount for the administration of this fund for the Alliance? Or administrative overhead in general, or is it all going directly to the program?
We have not finalized that budget.
And why are you getting money?
Target of, I believe, 10%.
You didn't finalize your budget. How are you getting money?
Management and administration. The administrative costs would mostly be shared with those support.
Right. That's right, daily cut off because she ain't got it itemized.
Something will be worked out to get updates. After the forward.
Correct.
Commissioner Stevens, did you follow?
No, sir.
Any other questions? Commissioner Case?
Thank you, Chair. One last point, to Commissioner Morrison's point. Yes, there was some efforts to be very proactive with how we were distributing services. So again, I'll speak for the South Suburban area. We did the grant, it was $25 million that would help to expand services, for workforce development, training, and then also, pre-apprenticeship programs. So those are underway. So those will also be programs that people can be referred to. Also the expansion of services with our, community-based organizations like that, who provide, after-school programming and other things that also enable people to work. So that we can make sure we're addressing it across the board. It is a cyclical and it's holistic, so we're trying to hit every point and volunteerism, absolutely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Just
I want to thank everyone for
It is representing this stuff.
We
It's representing this stuff.
We can't. It's a reality. We as a board, we as a community must get individuals who are angry. If they can't get the community service. They're possible. But the veterans is a big thing.
Mr. Roll call for all bundle items 260729, 260761, 260762, 260763. All members present on the roll have been added as co-sponsors. Again, it is to include these items. Commissioner Angela is absent. Commissioner Dyer. Aye. Commissioner Nye. Sorry. Commissioner Britton.
Aye.
Commissioner Devon.
Aye.
Commissioner Gainer. Aye. Commissioner Barry.
Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Pascal. Commissioner Miller, Commissioner Moore.
Words are.
Commissioner Marina. Previous votes for all. Commissioner Kathy Morrison, please excuse. Commissioner Morrison. Commissioner Scott.
Aye.
Commissioner Stanton. Aye. Commissioner Trevor. Aye. Commissioner Vasquez. Aye. Chairman. Chairman's votes aye. Chairman, we have 15 ayes and 2 absent votes. They are for Aguilar and P. Morrison.
The items are approved. Those we thank you, Susan, and the following. Before we adjourn, I'd like to, on behalf of the board, wish Karen Walker happy birthday. All the best, Karen, and also get. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
And the secretary should I call us?
That's a shame.
Yeah.
That's a shame. And got a black face for everything that they sit up and talk about. Got a black face. Got a black woman face at that. A black woman face at that. Uh-huh. 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 Giving that tip money to illegals. Giving that tip money to illegals. That's all. This the man of the hour. This the man of the hour. This is who I've been waiting. Oh, yeah. This is who I've been waiting. Yes. Oh, wow, Mr. That's Mr. Rules. Make sure you. Yes. 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 That's the man of the hour. So, that's the motivation. That's the man of the club right there. No, they should.
And then Secretary of Police call the roll.
Thank you. Commissioner Aguilar is absent. Commissioner Naya. As present, thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Vice Chair Degnan. Commissioner Gainer. Present. Commissioner Lawrence. Commissioner Pascal. Is present. Yes, ma'am. Present. Commissioner Moore. Present. Thank you.
So this is shame.
Yes, present. Commissioner Kevin Rose. Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Present. Commissioner Trevor. Present. Chairman is present. You have all of the present absent.
This is a list that counts you put together.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The hour of 11 having coming on. We call SMS. Vice Chair Aguilar is absent. Commissioner Naya. Commissioner Britton.
Here.
Commissioner Degnan. Present. Commissioner Pascal. Present. Commissioner Moore.
Present.
Commissioner Kevin Morrison needs to excuse. Commissioner John Morrison.
Present.
Did you have a form? Absent. Aguilar.
You get back?
Yes. Thank you. Will be sent to the phone.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Gainer.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And thank you. Call the economic development committee to the roll. President, Commissioner Burton.
Here.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Present.
Commissioner Member. Here. Commissioner Moore.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Moore is present. Thank you, Commissioner Marita. All your advisor is present. This is a meeting remotely. Commissioner Kevin Morrison is excused. Commissioner Morrison.
Present.
Thank you, and Madam Chair is present. You do have one. Thank you. And workforce and housing and community development.
We need to still recess. We call the chair.
I'd like to recess with the call of the chair. Thank you, ma'am. Workforce, I'm ready. I would like to ask if you would call the workforce. Order. Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Present. Commissioner Pascal. Present. Vice Chair Miller. Here. Commissioner Marita. Marita present. Marita is present. Being remotely. Commissioner Scott.
Present.
Commissioner Stance. Present. Commissioner Trevor. Here. Commissioner Vasquez. Present. Madam Chair is present. You do have a phone members present. You would recess to call the chair.
Believe that's all the committees correctly. All right, we're back in litigation.
No, it's not.
And Commissioner Nye, you do not have to pay attention. I'll write you a little bit. Public speak.
Public speakers?
Now, would everybody like to revisit your attendance? You had all members present. You do have one remote participant. We need a remote roll call.
Commissioner Lowry moves for votes of participation. I'll take it back, Commissioner Trevor. Roll call.
Commissioner Degnan, your vote yes?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Marita. Or you got aye, please vote for all. Aye, Commissioner Shelton. Is an aye for remote participation? Commissioner Shelton, yes.
Yes.
Remote, thank you. Commissioner Stance?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Trevor. Aye. Thank you. Chairman, you have, 6. Your votes are remote. Thank you. You have 7 yeas, 0 nays for remote.
Thank you, I'm sorry for getting about that. And now public speakers. So,
For speakers. And there's 40. If you are in the room, please come to the microphone. We have Gilbert Claiborne, Dennis White, Jessica Jackson, Sochi, and Juan Sims. Please. Speaking microphone.
I'm looking around and I'm saying, tomorrow, Mr. Blakemore, you can sit down, talk about the thing, it will be packed with people. Recognizing this whoa, and this that she's just everywhere. Tomorrow, litigation today, you could be violated by these illegal jurors, also by the police department, the sheriff department, and they'll say, sue me. Sue me. And when you go to these kangaroo courts, they're truly kangaroo. The government is our enemy. These same people that we are paid to represent us, these elected officials, are our enemy. And I always talk about what Maria Antoinette said for government. Look at you, hey, you, talking to her in. I have this life. You serve me. It's about us and not you, you see. It's time to do something drastic. Maria Antoinette said, okay, but people was outraged. You, I'm talking to you, sir. Leave me alone. Talking to you. Maria Antoinette said, freedom takes you ignore them. Like he's ignoring me.
He ignoring you.
What did they do?
It is.
They
Pick up the mic.
her neck off.
1 minute.
They didn't go out by any means necessary. Then you're talking again to her. You, I'm the citizen you serve. That was very radical what you said, Mr. Blakemore. You said something very radical. You, leave him alone. Leave him alone. You, stop it. Someone from the public is speaking. They don't recognize us. They ignore us. They treat us un-American. You can turn that mic back on now. You.
Yeah, turn that mic back on.
You.
Those in the room, please come stand to the public speaking mic, Mr. White.
In your lawsuit. Disrespectful. You gonna call the sheriff.
Dennis White, followed by Jessica Jackson, and Taiwan Sims.
My daughter, Mike came on.
Mike is on, sir, please begin.
All right. I think you all love to see the voters complain on this microphone day in, day out, and being here in Polk County and citywide. And the reason why y'all like to hear us complain, because you know you're not gonna do nothing. And the reason why you're not gonna do nothing about it, because it's all about corruption. And because the Democrats have been corrupt since I was born. And every time promise made, promise not kept. So when you all do things for everybody else, then we opposed of it, but you still vote for them.
Mhm.
And then when we say something on this microphone, I see some of y'all get on the cell phone. You all talk to each other. And what come out of our mouth should be in y'all ears that is very important and concerned to us as voters. And you all over here being so disrespectful
Yeah,
to the voters, to the public speakers. About a month or two ago, you escorted this woman out because she used the word God. So I don't think you all go to church. Because if you did, you will respect what she said under the word God. So is what's important to you all, maybe not important to us and vote, because we pay your salary with all these ridiculous taxes that's going on.
yeah.
And what is the goal here? Is the goal here is to serve the people or serve the illegal alien? That's the question that needs to be answered right there. You all don't have no clue when it comes down to legislate.
1 minute.
But you all have solution by taxing us, taking property, high crime rate, low education.
Yeah.
It's all about corruption, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it is. And we're not here to, drive ourselves to a cardiac arrest on this microphone. We're here to spread a message with a warning. The message is we are exposing what's going on. The warning will be we're going to vote you all out these seats. And that's the only thing that's going to be concerned is to vote you all out.
By any means.
Jessica Jackson, thanks.
Commissioner Scott Brick, it'd be nice to have your attention. Cause you the man of the hour. You the reason why I came here today, just to see you. Cause you over litigation. And to see you sit here and act like you concerned about the people and righteousness, I don't know what to say, except for you the biggest hypocrite in town, right? And I'm getting ready to show you why. You over litigation, right? That means you over court cases, right? Now, this is what you're gonna do. This is what you're gonna do. If you really righteous like how you put it out here like you are, what you're gonna do, you gonna go find your boy Louis G. Apostle, the public administrator, Louis G. Apostle. And you're gonna tell those public administrators that they're gonna settle my case, they're gonna give me my money, they're gonna slide over ownership from my deceased mother to her heirs. And if you don't, I'm gonna be here every day, every meeting, calling you out, making sure it go virtual to show who you are, how you cover for these crooked public administrators. Right here is my mother's will. You know it, and you know it. An authentic will. The crooked Louis G. Apostle wrote in this document right here, in the public administrator's motion for referral to mediation. On the very first line, it says that my mother died without a will. This was done by public administrator Louis G. Apostle, Thomas Lee and Weber, because they're trying to take my property. They had them squatting in my property. Stamps, you need to pay attention. Since you want to flag your weave at me on the elevator that day, because you hate because I wear my hair, right? Catch that kitchen. Now, this right here, this goes to show how disruptive and how disrespectful and how corrupt Cook County is. This right here is what they put on the squatter store that have been squatting for almost 3 years in you all's per you all's instruction. You all are so corrupt that the Cook County Sheriff's put a fraudulent case number on eviction. That's how corrupt you are. I'm gonna be back on my next 3 minutes, and I'm gonna have some more. If you don't tell public administrators to settle my stuff, every day, your name, along with theirs, gonna be all over you too. You understand that? I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you. My mother worked for what she left her children. And y'all gonna sit here and steal? Every day it's gonna be on there about you, Britain. Every day.
You know, we went over here together. Yeah, I don't think you guys thought that we were gonna last. And we did, because we really have issues. City of Chicago will not compensate my family for knocking their building down. It was this is y'all laws. Y'all broke your own laws, and we just wanna be compensated. I came here very nice and a big, super nice. City council. And y'all took me to where I am. Because I'm fighting for my mother.
Mm-hmm.
She's a good parent.
Mm-hmm.
She gave me everything I need and all the tools to take me down.
Did you get mad?
Yo, the homeless problem never, ever, ever hit.
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Because you will not stop stealing the money. You have my mother homeless. You have my godfather homeless. These are some talking about the big beautiful bill, and they're taking SNAP and they're taking all this stuff. You guys took my family's home, my wealth. Like, if I was a public servant, like if I was a public servant, I am a public servant. That's why I'm doing this. I would have never let me or Miss Jessica be out here this long. To the point that the world is watching every meeting that we go to.
Mm-hmm. Every meeting.
More endorsements matter. We're gonna make sure these people are in these seats. We're gonna make sure Tony Preckwinkle was out, Brendan Riley was in.
Definitely.
We're gonna make sure of that. We're gonna make sure that Andre Smith gets your seat. And I don't even rock with the Democrats. We want to get some new people in here because y'all are part of the system. Y'all are never going to change. Y'all are never going to do nothing different when it comes to us except continue to sell us out. That's why our community still look like this in 2026. We're the only community that just can't get it together. So the feds are going to come. But I really advise y'all to really settle our cases. We're gonna get settled anyway, but the more and more we come here, the more and more make y'all look crazy. And the Democratic Party too.
Okay, you're next.
They act like they don't get it.
You're next, sir.
Every day.
Oh, that's the man. Sir, how's it going? Wow. That's the problem.
It's gonna be every day. Every day.
Hey. So you're the guy. What's your name, sir? Commissioner?
Britain.
Oh, no, you say your name, sir.
Go ahead.
Say your name, sir.
Give me your name.
Look how smug he is. It's Britain.
Name.
Well, not to challenge you or anything. I have a litigation. This is your department. I spoke about. And what's happening in this criminal, actually illegal, and what is it, emulation? How you say it, sir? You're the attorney. Right. So we can smirk and smile. This violation is a federal violation, but it doesn't challenge me, it challenges you all. And so I'm standing in this box with the evidence. This is 125-120-869-201. This is June 3rd when I was wrongfully arrested. Falsely arrested, sorry about that. Gotta use the right terms. This here is another police inventory slip with the numbers 25120458301. This happened April 16th. These both were unlawful arrests, false arrests, criminal arrests, in an attempt to stop me from speaking or utilizing my First Amendment, which is a federal violation. The second is the Fourth Amendment, which is a false arrest. Gives everybody the protection in this room to not be violated by individuals acting in the capacity as law enforcement. So I'm standing in the room with, you probably have a prestige in law. But I'm the constituent here now, asking for your help, asking you to utilize that and have this resolved. Because 11 months ago, I was unlawfully arrested. From there on June 3rd, when I came back to continue advocating for what these women were talking about, homeless, because I'm homeless. I have a 5-year-old child who I have not seen and a 16-year-old child. I will not leave this podium until this is resolved. You have no right to speak up and say people shouldn't be speaking out because you've heard me speak continuously. Black man, every black soul in this room, I'm holding accountable. Daily, y'all got y'all account. This man up there got his account, but y'all, you, and Sam's down there.
Stamps.
Stamp, whichever one. Every one of y'all individuals that hold the South, that is the West Side, that's Roseland, Inglewood, South Shore, every one of these degraded communities, every one of these depleted, every one of these divested communities, y'all hold responsibility over. Y'all will be held in account. Each one of y'all black souls, every black soul in this room.
Each one.
About the corruption, they know about the intent towards these communities. Y'all gonna be held accountable. So sit pretty, sir.
Chairman, that concludes our list of speakers for this meeting.
Each one. They think it's funny. Look at her laugh.
Oh, y'all
think it's funny. She think it's funny.
That motion made by Vice Chairman Lowry, seconded by Commissioner Trevor. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. What's named in the chair, the ayes have it.
We're getting the next.
I believe we need to go into executive session. Therefore, we will now return to the regular agenda, which is now item 260691, the 2025 fourth quarter OIIG report. That motion received and filed by Vice Chairman Lowry, seconded by Commissioner Stamps. Do we have Inspector General Paxton? Oh, switch mine. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, my apologies.
Got him shook. He nervous. He nervous now. He sure.
Thank you.
So that.
It's gonna be every day.
Is there the Inspector General online or? All right, well, we may have to recall it for the. Thank you. Well, the motion on the floor is to approve. Should I just defer? Or should I just go ahead and defer? Let's defer. All right, motion to defer made by Vice Chairman Lowry, seconded by Commissioner Stance. All those in favor of deferral, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those nay, can show the ayes have it. 210691 is deferred. The chair will now get a motion to approve items 260954, 260955, 260956, 2605. 260957 and 260958. That motion is made by Vice Chair Lowry, seconded by Commissioner Trevor. Any discussion of these items? Roll call.
Commissioner Deckman, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner Deckman is aye. Commissioner Lawrence.
Aye.
Commissioner Lawrence, Commissioner Weaver. Commissioner Rita, you can answer. You have space. Thank you. Commissioner Rita is aye. Commissioner Sherman Morrison. Aye. Commissioner Stamps. Aye. Following those were all. Aye. Thank you. Chairman 7, 0.
Yeah, it's fast. Item 260966. That's been withdrawn at the request of the sponsor earlier about it. The chair will now get motion to receive and file item 260960, 260962, and 260963. Then will be made by Vice Chair Lowry, seconded by Commissioner Degman. Any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Lawrence. Commissioner Marita.
Morita.
Commissioner Fix.
Aye.
Chairman Snow. Chairman is up. Chairman, you have 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 nays, sir.
Item passed. There being no further business before this committee, Vice Chair Lowry moves to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Deckman. All those in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye. Those nay, Chair, just have we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Legislation is next. Thank you. This is the reconvened meeting of the Legislation and Intergovernmental Relations Committee of the County Board.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you're next. I was getting ahead of myself.
You're nervous. Got shook. You got shook. You nervous. Thinking about how we gonna get Louis Apostle.
Just a reminder to the audience,
Mm-hmm.
not recognized. It is not appropriate under our rules to speak or to speak over others. It is a violation of our rules.
Oh, really?
So I hope that we will abide by basic decorum and not make comments unless you have the mic. Thank you.
I hope you follow the rules.
Just roll your
Follow the law.
Just roll your eyes.
To the session, to the session. Back in the order. Madam Secretary, to be the Lakeville Salt Commission.
Thank you, sir. There's the
Tell them to follow the law, though.
person, and Commissioner Stanton could add to the roll. You do have a choice. Roll call is needed for Commissioner Maria.
Commissioner Scott will move for the roll call, second by Commissioner Bailey. We have to.
Commissioner is absent, Commissioner and Commissioner Naya is absent. Christopher.
Aye.
Stanley. Commissioner Beckman.
Aye.
Commissioner Gainer. Absent. Commissioner Lori.
Aye.
Commissioner Castro. Castro. Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Marita.
Morita.
Commissioner. Scott.
Aye.
Commissioner Stanton.
Aye.
Commissioner Piper. Aye. Commissioner Vasquez. Is absent. Previous votes are all. Aye. Chairman, your votes.
Aye.
Chairman's vote is. Chairman, we have 11 ayes and 6 absent. So these are just those that were absent. Did not stop. Commissioner Aguilar. Commissioner Naya. Commissioner Gainer. Miller. Commissioner Vasquez. If I put a room, certainly will happen at this time.
All right.
You do have to know. This is very much, yes.
Any public speakers?
We have a number of public speakers. So hi, name, please come to public speaking mic. Patricia Fuentes, are you still here? Patricia?
She know.
Bruce Blakemore? That's why. Jessica Jackson. So I leave Taiwan Six at that work, please.
Only following through the 3 years of grandma's. Good afternoon. Transportation. Highway department. You remember Mr. Wall was talking to you about feeling payroll. And I told you in transportation. You said, I never worked in transportation. That was the highway department that allegedly that you fixed the vote for your time. But you didn't do a crime. And for crime, you came over here. Now I'm talking and you let your aid at this moment. Can y'all see me out here in Facebook land? If so, you deserve the government you get, and you get the government you deserve. I'm watching this debate mode. I get thousands of Stop watching me. You're not coming down here to help me or to help yourself. So all that Facebook media, millions and hundreds of thousands of people see us and hear us. They're not here. They're not here. So tweet, chat, email, Facebook, and your black A off this white man plantation. If you can. If you can. Can all you can, then so all you can. So it's something inherently wrong here. If you're watching me with top dollar, y'all watch me every day. And you can see the empty seats here. It's because of you, all y'all. We need an uprising, a revolution. We need to kick them out. If you watching me, all of Facebook, I'm telling all y'all, tweet, X, YouTube, whatever, your black aid off this plantation. If you can do it then. Just do it. Just do it. They watching me on YouTube and Facebook and X. So he's not down here. Yeah, your black aid off this plantation.
It's a legacy thing. And we have to follow the rules. The rules maker or lawmakers, and there's rules that they follow. So, but that's a whole different story. But as far as transportation goes, we got a problem here with CTA, public transit, because I ride public transit. And every time I get there, there's no money. I mean, what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna fund these money? Are y'all gonna allocate these monies that's to have better transportation for the commuters and stuff? I don't know. But nevertheless, we over here have a problem with you guys. And you know what's so ironic about it? You all gave birth to Chicago Flip Red. You create the monster, now you're gonna have to worry about how to kill the monster that you all created. You can have two women who fight for their property, and you all ignore them. You all over here think crime get out of control. You all don't do nothing about it. But the only thing you don't do is trying to figure out how to lift this sanctuary ordinance out of this city, out of this county, out of this state, to get these illegal aliens out of here so revenue could generate, business could community. I'm ready to leave just like the Bears left. I'm ready to go. I mean, I can't take it no more here. I was born, raised here in Chicago, love the food, love the Cubs, Bears, Bulls, Blackhawks, all that stuff, but now I gotta leave because you all don't do nothing. I mean, we got a chairperson right here at the podium talking. So, see, this is where the disrespect coming in at. You all don't care what we say. You know it. You enjoy us complaining, moaning. I was gonna say the other word, but I can't. But you all enjoy
30 seconds.
And the thing about it is, the election is coming. And it's gonna come rapidly. And we're gonna make sure we need to have some Republicans in these committee chairs. That's what we need. Now, God forbid if Tony Preckman go get reelected. God forbid it. Because during that embarrassment debate, she can't say nothing else but to blame Trump. And that's what you all commissioners know how to do, is blame Trump, but y'all don't know how to bring no legislation here in this county right here. So since you are done with us, maybe we ought to be done with you all.
And time is expired. Our next speaker, Jessica Jackson.
Okay, Commissioner Stanley Moore, because you're my commissioner, right? And I came to you first about my case, and you said it wasn't nothing else that you could do because Timothy Evans told you to stand down, right? So in other words, he told you to let Cook County continue to steal my property. And you said, yes, sir, boss. That's the way that went, right?
No.
Yeah, that's the way that went, or you wouldn't stop it.
Not what I said.
Or you would have stopped it anyway. This is my 3 minutes. Now, Donna Miller over there talking to an old girl in the white jacket, and she let you keep on talking, and you keep on talking, right? No, I'm at 3 minutes. I had 3 minutes, right? I felt I had 3 minutes. You gonna stop me on my 3 minutes? I'm gonna see you on social media. Now, since you sent him here, the white shirt here, all right, white shirt sheriff, how about you take this to the Cook County to Sheriff Dart, take your work to him. That put this false, fraudulent case number on the tennis store that was squatting. Since they gonna send you here, let you do some real work. Cause here it is, take it to him. Take it to Sheriff Dart so that he can deal with it. All right? Because Article 755 ILCS, Article XX, Administration of Real Estate, clearly says that as an heir of property that's in probate, you have a right to live there. So you tell me how it is that Louis the Apostle and them are trying to evict me out of my own property. Because you're not following the law. Brittany, why you want to sit there mad dogging me for telling the truth? And you sitting here lollygagging when you know doggone well, Donna Miller, if I was a white woman at this mic, she would demand that you give that white woman your undivided attention. But you'll sit there and you'll sit up there and play with her while we talking.
1 minute.
You don't have no respect for yourself, let alone for the rest of the people here. Don't you ever try to stop me from talking when I'm telling the truth. Don't you ever try to do it.
Ms. Jackson, you will not be allowed to speak.
Don't you ever try to stop me when I'm telling the truth. Next.
They're on transportation.
That is transportation. I took transportation to get down here.
So Elise,
Talk about transportation, but first of all, let me explain something to you. Those rules do not override my First Amendment. I'm already suing Tony Pepper. We just went to discovery stage, so I'm gonna win this in the federal court. I'm suing quite a few of y'all, but Tony Pepper will go for sure. We just went to discovery. Because y'all keep violating my First Amendment. So we can talk about anything, but we'll talk about transportation. Transportation, I don't understand how y'all steal all the transportation money. I don't understand how you decide that Alexis Giannulli can sell 300 CDL licenses to illegals, and he's not in jail, but y'all put George Ryan in jail for it. I'm just trying to understand, but y'all getting him ready to run for mayor? No, and it's Diane Harris for Secretary of State. Never Alexi. Transportation money, y'all done stole all the transportation money when it came to the Capitol bill. I haven't even started talking about the Capitol bill yet. The biggest budget that y'all all stole. But it's COVID. So, I'm trying to tell you, I used to be the biggest thief. That's how I am so invested in watching y'all steal. It's like, dang, tip surplus, gonna give it to a hotel shelter. All tip money needs to go into the blighted area.
Mm-hmm.
They need to go to the blighted area. Y'all never get to the blighted area.
Never.
So y'all can continue to steal the tip money. That was daily. That was your brother's piggy bank. What they nicknamed. Donna Miller. Jesse Jackson Jr. gets you, and he done stole Michael Jackson's glove or whatever he did, and he gets in there before you. I understand, because you don't care about nobody. You don't care about nobody. Y'all don't care about anybody. Y'all are not public servants. Y'all don't know what public servants is. All you guys do is steal money. Live your lifestyles. Because y'all all indoctrinated from college. HBCUs, France. Y'all came out and did nothing for the culture. Y'all, different world. Y'all have ashamed the different world. Different world, you would thought that y'all would come back and y'all really be on y'all stuff. Look at our communities. Like, y'all indoctrinated, y'all corrupt, y'all gay, y'all weird, y'all liars, y'all corrupt, y'all just sick, y'all one big demonic spirit. The Democratic Party.
He left. He left.
So definitely numbers.
Thank you. Commissioner Daly now moves to receive and file item number 26.
Can we start your minutes? 0940.
Commissioner Daly will move to approve the minutes of the meeting 260940, the approval of the minutes from the meeting in February 4th, 2026. Second by Commissioner Bill Lowry. All those in favor of approval of the minutes, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, ayes have it, motion carries. We have a report from the Department of Transportation, item 260329. Before we take a vote, this,
Your motion, second.
there would be Commissioner Daly to move to receive. Commissioner Lowry as a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Skillen, Superintendent of Transportation and Highways. I'm joined today by Jesse Elam, our Director of Strategic Planning and Policy, and we would like to present to you a summary of the recently completed Cook County Safety Action Plan. Jesse.
Thank you much, this, and thank you, commissioners. Again, I'm Jesse Elam with the Department of Transportation and Highways. I'm the planning director. We're going to be talking today about the Cook County Safety Action Plan that we wrapped up recently. It was a collaborative effort between us and the Chicago Metropolitan Planning CMAP. And the whole goal of this is to reduce traffic fatalities and serious injuries across the county. I also want to recognize another person who was instrumental in getting this done, the project manager, that was Joe Seymour, also at Transportation and Highways, as a lead planning specialist, and really the creative force behind this plan. Next slide. Okay, so I'll start with context. A lot of people in Cook County lose their lives in traffic crashes every year. Even more than that, manage to survive, but they have injuries that are life-changing, sometimes permanent life-changing. And even worse than that, it's not a static thing. It's actually been a growing trend. Traffic deaths between 2018 and 2022 went up by half. And the reason I'm telling you this background is because this is a real threat to public health and welfare. And that's the reason that we're doing this plan. As we're going to talk about, these casualties from car crashes aren't inevitable. In fact, lots of them result from very specific factors that with enough resources are controlled. Next slide. So how we got started with this is that the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, SNAP, approached us, DOTH, with an opportunity to partner on a countywide safety action plan. SNAP went and applied for federal money through the Safe Streets and Roads for All program. They were awarded, and also Cook County, as well as the remainder of the counties in our region, the so-called collar counties, each got individual plans out of this. CMAP hired the consultants, they did the work on behalf of the counties, and then for us anyway, Cook's plan covers both the suburbs and the city of Chicago. And I think it's an important point, it's for all public roadways in the county, not just DOTH jurisdiction roadways. Why is that important? Because DOTH actually only has jurisdiction over 5% of the roadway mileage in the county, so a pretty small amount. So if we want to drive down serious injuries and fatalities, we got to all work together. Everybody who's got a stake in this. Plan is about serious crashes, so we're not talking about fender benders. And to really understand and tackle these crashes, we had to do a deep dive into the crash data to understand the kinds of treatments would address our crashes. The plan also looks at traffic safety from the standpoint of who is most negatively impacted. Part of that is racial. For example, if you were a Black resident of Cook County, you were more than twice as likely to be killed in a car crash than a white resident. So addressing the causes of crash disproportionately.
What's drunk driving is white for one.
Another way we gave this no choice, how you choose to get around or how you're able to get around. People walking and biking are at far greater risk than people who are in cars. So why is that? Because people in cars have steel cage around them. So vehicle occupants are somewhat protected. We call bicycle and pedestrian users of our roadways, vulnerable users. And to kind of illustrate that, the statistics show that only 2% of the crashes involve bicyclists or pedestrians, but they're a quarter of the fatalities. So that shows you the disproportionate risk. Okay, next slide, please. It does sometimes seem like people think of getting hurt in car crashes as just kind of a fact of life. That is not the perspective that we adopt in this plan. The safe system approach is kind of the opposite of that. And the first principle of the safe system approach is that fatalities and serious injuries are unacceptable and not inevitable, and they are preventable. And the thinking is that systems can be put in place to address the various risks that people face on the road. So I want to be clear here. A lot of what happens on the roadways is driven by human behavior. People are the ones driving these cars, right? People are speeding, people are not paying attention. Some people are just not good drivers. The point is that we have to acknowledge that people make mistakes, people are human, but we need to make sure that those mistakes don't kill people. And so the safe system approach recognizes that there really isn't a single universal solution to fix all this. It's just instead vehicle technology, roadway design, emergency response, managing speeds, all of that together has a role to play. And even though any of them are followable, builds some redundancy into the system, and the system could be effective. Next slide, please. Okay, so the plan is data-driven, but it's also community-informed. The plan incorporated additional community feedback from across Cook County throughout the planning process. So we had a 28-member steering committee with representatives from community-based organizations, our partners that we work with all the time, like I and Metro. We had mayors or mayors representatives on the committee. And then the scope that CMAP developed for this project included selecting key partner municipalities to work with for around the county. So we worked specifically with Chicago, Des Plaines, Harvey, Broadview, and Evergreen Park. And the outreach that we did was online surveys, several in-person events, and then focus groups that we did on very special topics like emergency response or traffic crashes that are a unique danger to those who are experiencing homelessness. Next slide. And then the summary stats on this are that over 6 months, we had 5 in-person sessions across the county. We held, for example, we held an event in Elgin jointly with the team working on the Kane County Safety Action Plan. Elgin is in West County. And another example, we set up a booth at the Evergreen Park Oktoberfest in the daytime and got feedback on residents' biggest safety concerns. It was a very kid-friendly event, so we had prizes and giveaways. And then in the city of Chicago, the main way that we did engagement was through an existing group that Chicago Department of Transportation manages called Community Mobility Collaborative. And that's a public forum that's been around for a while. It meets in different places, different venues around the city. And it's for anybody who's interested in mobility justice, bikes and transit, managing the public space. They meet every quarter, and we were able to leverage those meetings to sit down with people who care about these issues and just table sessions. And that helped us get recommendations for the safety action plan. So over 5,000 people went to our plan engagement page, 1,300 pins at various places on the map showing us what problem spots were. And then we got 655 surveys filled out. So all that together helps the plan focus on the issues and locations that people care about. Next slide. Okay, spend just a little bit more time on this, and I apologize if it's difficult for some of you to see. Just talking about the analysis findings, very high level results. There's far more than this in the plan. We are looking at the what we call emphasis areas for both suburban Cook and the city of Chicago. Why are we doing that separately? It's because they have a different traffic environment generally. We're also looking at data for all public roads. Again, it's not just DOTH jurisdiction roads. And so the emphasis areas that I was talking about, these are groups of factors that are involved in crashes. So these are not mutually exclusive. You can't have a distracted driver alone, but you can also have a distracted driver who ran into a pedestrian at an intersection. So these things do overlap with each other. So you can't add these percentages going down. But what we're looking at is the number of different problem areas, distracted driving or intersection-related crashes or whatever, and how they contribute to the total number of fatalities and serious injuries in the county, which is shown in percentage terms. This chart does go on for a while. There are a bunch more categories. I'm just showing kind of the most prevalent ones. Okay, distracted driving is at the very top of the list. I think that no one's very surprised that distracted driving is an issue. It undoubtedly is. I do want to say, though, that this seems to be affected by differences in how distracted driving is reported. between different jurisdictions in Cook County. So yes, we do have policy recommendation about how to address that. Intersection crash was next on the list. Next highest area concern, not a big surprise. Intersections are places where there are conflict points, where cars are turning across the paths of other cars or pedestrians. And so how do you address that? It's chiefly intersection design. There are lots of different things that can be done to make them safer, but they're all site specific. There's no one size fits all solution here. So a list of examples, there's much more detail about this in the plan, but it could include things like adding protected left turn lanes where it makes sense. And that means a green arrow instead of a green ball in the traffic signal, or adding an offset to left turn lane. So if you're turning left, you can see the oncoming traffic a little bit better. You could add bump outs to intercept so that people can, so that the crossing distance is short. You could also do much bigger changes like eliminating a skew in an intersection, or just getting rid of an intersection altogether and replacing it with a roundabout. And then I'll go on to the third line there. There are instance areas that diverge quite a bit between city and suburbs. Speeding. Speeding's a problem everywhere, but it's way more prevalent in the suburbs. Probably because there's less traffic constraining speeds for one thing, but maybe much more importantly than that, roads tend to be designed for speed. They're wider, they have less on-street parking, for example. It's also possible that the speed cameras in the city are doing what they're designed to do, reducing speeding relative to the suburbs. So the bottom line is that speed management here is important because crashes, well, they tend to be less serious when the car is involved or going slow. Okay, so there are other causes that differ a bit, or different emphasis areas that differ a bit between the city and the suburbs. Pedestrian deaths, serious injuries are way more common in the city, although not hugely more common, I should say. That is probably because there are more pedestrians in the city, but part of the issue here is that also accommodations for pedestrians are a little bit less prevalent in the suburbs than they are in the city. And so going down the chart a bit more, I think you can see that roadway departure is an enormous one. What do I mean by that? That's crossing the lane line. So if you cross the center line, has head-on collision, you cross the lane line to the other side and go off the shoulder, maybe roll over. Those are incredibly dangerous crashes. And, you know, there are designs for roads that make them more forgiving. You can have medians, you can have wide shoulders, all those things that say if you're a drowsy driver and you split instant, you drive off the road, it doesn't kill you, right? So you have a more forgiving roadway or something. And then lastly, I'll just say bicyclists and pedestrians here, if you add up the crashes there, or their contribution to crashes, you get about a quarter, only 2% of all crashes, and they're a quarter of all fatalities. So that's why we say that these are vulnerable users that need a lot of attention as we're doing safety planning, highway planning. Next slide. Okay, so we have two different kinds of recommendations, projects and policies. Projects first. So the plan looks at locations for safety improvements based on two approaches. Both are useful. They're different but useful. First approach is what we call a high injury network. That's looking at crash history and finding the locations with the worst crash outcomes. When you do that, you find that crash risk is far from evenly spread throughout the network. As it turns out, just 4% of all roadways in Cook County account for a third of all fatalities and serious injuries. And again, this is not DOTH roadways, this is all roadways in the county. And then the second approach kind of takes it in reverse. The systemic analysis focuses on the risk factors that are associated with deadly and serious injury crashes and looks for the risk factors so you can find the crashes that haven't happened yet but will. Okay. And so this approach is really more of a predictive one, trying to go back and make sure that roadway designs are not unnecessarily contributing to deaths and serious injuries. Next slide. On to the policy recommendations. There is a lot more in the plan that I would encourage you to look at about this. Super high level. One of the recommendations, or I should say family recommendations, is about applying complete streets concepts more broadly and encouraging complete streets efforts to be taken up by municipalities. Complete streets is a term for the idea of designing a street not just for cars, but also to make it safe for bicyclists and pedestrians. The plan also recommends expanding automated speed enforcement in the city of Chicago. Given what we talked about earlier, the importance of speeding or the role of speeding in fatal and serious injury crashes. We did have several municipal representatives on our steering committee who said, yeah, they would like the option to start a speed camera program. That's not to say that they would, but they would like the option to do so. That would require a change to state law, which currently forbids it anywhere outside the state, anywhere outside the city of Chicago. So speaking of state, the role of the state, the Illinois Department of Transportation governs quite a bit of what local governments in Cook County, of course, are able to do. So statewide IDOT design standards may not always be the best fit in urban context. State review process also adds time, cost of projects. Plan urges IDOT to work with local governments to provide greater design flexibility so that we can get safety improvements done in a more timely way. And I had noted the issues with the prevalence of apparent prevalence of distracted driving. That seems to be resulting from a lack of uniformity between different reporting jurisdictions. So we think that this is an important place for municipalities, the state, county to get together to understand what the right standards are for reporting. Finally, this last bullet, the plan did delve into the importance of post-crash care. Why is this important? Because good post-crash care could mean the difference between a death and just a serious injury. So there's probably a lot more to explore here in terms of specific strategies, but I think this is an example of how much interdisciplinary work actually needs to happen in order to improve traffic safety. DOTH, a lot of expertise in roadway design. It's an entirely different set of stakeholders, different set of issues with post-crash care. It's probably one where the county's role in health and hospitals could be a good important player. Again, this is just sampling and stuff. Next slide. So we're now focused on implementing plans, recommendations with a variety of different partners. This includes working with those municipalities who are interested in getting some more of this Safe Streets and Roads for All money. There's a remaining $1 billion federally. The Village of Evergreen Park was successful last year. We supported them on that. And so we're looking to support others who want to do that again this year. Also looking ourselves to pursue applications for Highway Safety Improvement Program funding from IDOT. And then when we do any project at the UTH, that we look at that as an opportunity to improve safety, because new roadway designs aren't going to make them safer than older designs that you find out there. And then last thing, Invest in Cook, a unique and successful program that's been running for 10 years. That is also a unique opportunity to encourage more traffic safety projects to be funded locally through Invest in Cook. Next slide. So next steps and sort of keeping track of where we're headed. The plan does have performance measures that'll let us track progress. And we do expect to work with CMAP to collaborate on that performance tracking. There's a lag in data availability. That's why this plan went from 2018 to 2022, started in 24. There's a bit of a data lag in getting access to that data. But the good news is, since we got done with this plan, we have been seeing improvements over the last 2 years of data. So we just seem to be trending in the right direction. We also have convened a safety plan advisory committee that's going to meet semi-annually. Review plan progress, going to be a sounding board for us. It really is kind of a continuation of our steering committee. A lot of the same members are on it, but also some doing stuff. And then CMAP will continue to serve as a regional convener for Cook and the other counties through that safety action plans. And we expect to continue to work together with CMAP and with municipalities in the county to implement this plan over the next couple of years. And with that, I would be very happy to take any questions or feedback commissioners might have.
Commissioner Trevor and Commissioner Lowry.
Chair, continue with this report. It's got lots of good information. I have a couple of questions. First, is what were your sources of data, in particular for pedestrians and cyclists?
Source of data we used is the IDOT crash data file, which includes all crashes that were reported. And there may be issues sometimes with pedestrian crashes not getting reported. But all reported crashes in the state are found in that file with all the supporting data about causes and antecedents for the crashes, what was happening, that sort of thing.
And for the IDOT, digging a little bit further, the IDOT reporting, is it done through police report? double check. Make sure that we're not, we're not making a false assumption about pedestrians being, less safe in the city. Sending cycles that is proportional to population. And one other thing I wanted to mention, this is more an observation, suggestion. One of the things I don't see in here in terms of the policy, there's been a lot of emphasis in the suburbs, I'm guessing legislation regulating bikes. And they're becoming increasingly popular, and I believe right now they're more popular in terms of purchases than non-powered bicycles. And the regulation of them varies tremendously from suburb to suburb. And the reason why I think this is really important in this sort of policy is that it's an important, to be an important possible solution to sort of first mile, last mile, where in the case of some of the areas where they're less served, the first 3 mile or 4 mile and last 3 mile or 4 mile. But because of the varying regulations and because of the construction of the streets in suburbs, you could be riding down the street or the sidewalk and be illegal in one and illegal in another. And in order to sort of get a comprehensive plan, both in terms of safety and accessibility, it might be important to include that in these policy questions and recommendations as some examination of these bike policies and bike policies.
And thank you for that feedback. The plan did focus on infrastructure for bicyclists specifically, rather than regulation of e-bikes, partly because that has become a bigger issue just in the past couple of months, but also because the safety issue really here is mostly bicyclists being hit by cars. So we're mostly focused on the infrastructure required for that. It is, I think you probably know that there is a statewide conversation about this right now, and there have been bills that have been introduced to make this something that's handled partly at the state level. So I think to be continued on that.
Yeah, and again, just to make the point a little bit more, I think in terms of accessibility and safety, a lot of the major roads in the south, I'm thinking like this road, off road, they're high speed roads with no shoulders, and most of the people who need to get on those, in terms of bicycles, take the sidewalks. But in some municipalities, it's legal right on the sidewalks. In others, it's not. And that creates huge problems in terms of getting across crossing limited access highways where the only way to get across them is through an underpass on one of these roads. So again, just making sure that this is part of the conversation for our future. And those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that thoughtful feedback.
Mr. Lowry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. And as we look at safety analysis, I'm wondering if we've seen the compilation of data in the context of these driverless vehicles we've started to see, such as Wayne. Just wondering about that. Not something we delved into in this particular plan. We're mostly concerned about human drivers and the mistakes that they make. And we're not seeing that in Illinois yet, to the degree that maybe you see in places in California or Atlanta. There is a whole different regime for who's even at fault in some of that, and the kind of safety testing that needs to be done. I think that the regulatory framework that we put in place in Illinois is going to need to account for all those differences. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here and for compiling this report. I have two questions. The first one is what said about low-income communities and a higher crash rate and a higher mortality rate. So some of the lowest income communities in Cook County don't have enough funding to cover their home police forces and kind of just baseline public safety issues.
So they probably don't have enough money to do studies and additional work that would have to be done by experts that work outside of their local government system. So does the county have a plan, or will this include a plan to look at some of those intersections that historically have higher crash rates in lower income communities? So that there can be a plan to identify how to remediate some of those issues.
I think that's a great question. I think that one way that communities can get funding to tackle some of these problematic intersections that maybe are on our hydrogen network would be through investment. That is something that could provide them funding to get engineering, to do any right of ways, to build projects that would produce serious injuries and fake dogs that they're seeing here. So that's a big part of it, I think. I also think that there's more to it. We talked a little bit about some of these federal safety programs that are out there. We're available to help municipalities sort of think through what some of those ideas might be. We have done that with some other successful applications before. So those are two things that we're doing right now, and we would love to think through it all, to do some of this.
Commissioner Duggan, thank you so much for that question. That was one of the catalysts for doing this plan, because again, as Jesse had mentioned, Cook County only has jurisdiction over 5% of the total Cook County. Is it not working? Okay.
Can I use this?
Yeah, we'll just slide it. That was one of the reasons why we undertook this plan, because Cook County only has jurisdiction over 5% of the roadways, as Jesse had mentioned. This is looking holistically at that and taking a countywide approach, looking at those corridors that have higher rates of injury. And that would allow us to drill down, so we could either partner with the community, work with City of Chicago, because they've taken a similar approach with their Vision Zero. But this was so we could get a better handle on what is happening outside of Cook County routes, where as we're looking at safety within Cook County, recognizing the large role that we could have to play in that. So this was moving us a step closer to what you had suggested.
Right, I mean, even if Cook County did the best traffic safety study and had all the money in the world, I did some quick research on it, and it's not like some low-income communities that the people that live there have cars that are way older than the average car, have safety components that may not be as up to date. And then obviously, like we have food deserts, we also have hospital deserts. And so while some people live in communities where the hospital closer in a traffic accident, they're going to have better access to hospitals a bit closer, and that's life-saving care. Whereas some low communities have, if you have to go a longer way to a hospital, that can affect that issue as well. So I do think it's something that's worth coordinating with the state on, who obviously has more motor fuel tax money that could save lives. And I think that's a direct correlation. The second question I have is, my district is fully within the city of Chicago, and there are red light cameras everywhere and speed cameras everywhere that then contribute to significant revenue for the city of Chicago. Recognizing that the Cook County responsible roads here, rural roads, don't cover as much as you said 5%. Does Cook County have speed cameras on our own roads, on our own property, that then would generate revenue for the county or not?
We currently do not. The use of speed enforcement cameras currently per legislation is for City of Chicago. So as Jesse mentioned, there are bills that may
Up
potentially.
and down King Drive.
So that potentially could be a revenue source for the county if the bills in Springfield are passed.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanna, I don't know if somebody can just verify for me. So the bar graphs that show the different types of injuries, where did we get the total amount? Are these all of the numbers on page 2? Is that, I'm just trying to make sure that I have enough of understanding of that part. So this is page 7, the safety analysis. You see the percentages of distracted drivers, etc. So these are percentages of the total amount, correct?
That is correct for data captured 2015 to 2020.
Which is the page 2. All of this is the information that was compiled and then returned. Okay, thank you for verifying. The other question I had, like, how much do we look into how much funding, is gonna be needed by the department to, put some of the action, the safety action plan into action?
I don't believe there's a comprehensive number on this, but just trying to identify some of the locations where we can focus on.
What?
This was that first step to understand where we should be looking on our. We have to keep. This was just a study that would drill down, looking at a particular location or intersection. And from there, we would develop an application for, we typically bring to the board highway safety improvement program funding from IDOT. Then that gets quantified through more detailed design. At this high level, this elevation, that quantification is very difficult.
And I saw on the report that you all have many partners on here. I think it's right off the bat, you have a whole bunch, but the city of Chicago is not considered like an actual partner in this acknowledgement. Just wondering, if we know if they're working through something similar, and if they already have a plan in place that we're kind of also gonna be working, in conjunction with.
So I would say the city of Chicago's been leading in this area.
Okay.
Ever since 2017 Vision Zero plan, I think, and they've had a series of successful plans that all city things. They were partners in this, and they specifically wanted to be, the grantor actually wanted to make sure the city of Chicago would be making that was defeated so that they would be able to get other construction
What's the call?
through Safe Streets and Roads for All. So they were very much a part of it.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Day.
Where the fuck that's going for me?
Any other questions, any other questions?
Thank you, Chair. Not a question, but just a statement, as you move forward and evolve in the project, take into consideration. I know that in my area specifically, there's a lot of flooding. So while we complete the construction of more roads and expansion, it would be, just service to put it on, to do it and then have it flood. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. And we'll make sure that we take that into account. Any other questions, for any other commissioners?
He said, I
See it, for any other commissioner, Commissioner Damon, moves to receive the file, item number 20. The state of 03. All those in favor?
Thank you. Adler is absent. Commissioner Nye, your vote? Aye. Commissioner Britton?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Beckman? Is absent.
you ain't touching that shit.
Absent. Commissioner Laurie? Commissioner McCaskill? Aye. Previous votes were all aye. Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner Marita?
Marita, aye.
Commissioner Kevin Morrison is excused. Previous votes were all aye. Commissioner Sean Morrison is absent. Commissioner Scott? Commissioner Scott will be connected.
That's great.
Commissioner Scott.
You-
Commissioner Stan?
Yeah.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Previous votes were aye. Commissioner Vasquez? Aye. Thank you. Mr. Chairman? Chairman's vote. is aye. Chairman, we have 11 ayes, 6 absent. Let me revisit those. Commissioner Aguilar? Beckman?
I would
Beckman is
wait if she gonna go around, start saying something.
absent. Commissioner Aguilar? Commissioner Gainer? Commissioner Morrison is excused. Commissioner Sean Morrison and Commissioner Scott. Chairman, you have 12 ayes, 5 absent.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah.
Commissioner
There's no.
9, Vice Chair 9, this completes items number 260336, 260337, 260338, 260454, 260407, 260493, 260501, 260502, 260503, 260505, 2605, 260522, seconded by Commissioner Daley. All items to be moved to. Roll call.
Commissioner Aguilar is absent. Chairman is absent. Commissioner Financial.
I'll give you the description.
Have to get out there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Susquehanna Transportation and Highway Superintendent. Item 260336 on page 2 of the agenda is a request to accept a new grant totaling $500,000 to complete design engineering for the Burnham Multimodal Connector Bridge. Item 260337, this is a request to accept a new grant award in the amount of $5 million from the IDOT local project funding to support construction improvements along the recently awarded 2E Avenue corridor. 260338 is a request to accept a new grant totaling $800,000 to conduct preliminary and environmental engineering to extend the improvements to the Central Des Plaines River Trail between the CTA Forest Park Blue Line Station and the Salt Creek Trail. 260454, this is a request to accept a new grant award in the amount of $6,441,650 in supplemental congestion mitigation and air quality, otherwise known as CMAQ. These are funds that we are using to construct the 2E Avenue corridor improvement. 260407, this item is an intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Bedford Park, where the village will serve as the lead agency for the construction engineering of sidewalk gaps along Archer Road between 71st and Roberts Road. 260493 is an improvement resolution to appropriate $300,000 in funding for the extension of the Des Plaines River Trail in the villages of Brookfield, Lorraine, Park, Lyons, Riverside Township, and the Forest Preserves of Cook County. The next 3 items are contracts for preliminary engineering services, and they provide the department with supplemental assistance to advance plans and studies, including but not limiting to intersection safety studies, as we spoke about the safety action plan, crash studies, structural analyses, etc. So that is 260501 is a new contract with HR Green Incorporated of Aurora, Illinois. 260502 is a new contract with Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated of Chicago, Illinois. And 260503 is a new contract with Pearl Clark LLC, Arlington Heights, to perform those services. Item 260505 is a request for the Chief Procurement Officer to enter into and execute a new contract with GFT Infrastructure, Chicago, Illinois. This is for preliminary engineering and environmental services for the replacement of the Berry Point Road Bridge over the Des Plaines River, which is now reaching the end of its useful life. 260521 is the accompanying resolution for the Berry Point Road Bridge in the amount of $1.9 million. And the last item is 260522. This is an improvement resolution seeking appropriation of $1.5 million in funding for the Lake Cook Road Bridge Depth Replacement Project. This is in the villages of Deerfield, Northbrook, Palatine, and Cook County for preliminary engineering. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, just for clarity, I did not get 0502.
260502.
Yes,
Please add that to the next.
thank you. Thank you, and let me confirm the items again. Last 4 digits, 0336, 0337, 0338, 0454, 0407, 0493, 0501, 0503, 0525, 0521, and we just added 0502. All right, and the motion is to, you tell me the mover and seconder. Thank you. Commissioner Aguilar is absent. Commissioner Naya, your vote? Commissioner Naya is absent. Commissioner
DoorDash?
Approve that.
Commissioner Gainer is absent. Commissioner McCaskill. Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Rodriguez. Commissioner Marita is aye. Previous votes were all aye. Commissioner Kevin Morrison is excused. Commissioner John Morrison is absent. Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Scott is absent. Commissioner Stamps. Aye. Previous votes were aye. Commissioner Trevor. Aye. Commissioner Vasquez. Aye. And Chairman. And Commissioner Anaya is added as an aye.
And we have 12 ayes and 5 absent. Let me revisit those. For Commissioner Gainer, excuse for Commissioner A. Morrison, Commissioner Sean Morrison, and Commissioner Scott will be added in the affirmative.
And gonna be added in affirmative to prior votes. Well, thank you.
So your vote is changing again. Commissioner Sean Morrison, you're in the affirmative. Thank you. Commissioner Sean Morrison is also in the affirmative. That gives us 14 aye, 3 absent. Let me revisit the absences. Commissioner Aguilar, Commissioner Gainer, and Commissioner K. Morrison.
So we need to pass this. With no other items. Commissioner England moves to adjourn, second by Commissioner Scott. Please pay their adjournment. Say aye. Scott, you adjourn.
No, don't adjourn us. We want our food. Oh, they got another meeting after this. They got another meeting after this. What they gonna do? Are they gonna adjourn for lunch or they gonna keep on going? They eat. Right, they eat. They eating and they making sure illegals eat. They eat and they make sure illegals eat. Absolutely. On our tax dollars. They eating and gonna make sure these illegals eat. Through the TIF money. Through TIF money. To these illegals. Who's telling me? Who's saying that? Oh, they ain't talking about no shh.
So we reconvene the Legislation and Intergovernmental Relations Committee of the Cook County Board. We still have a quorum, Madam Secretary.
Chairman, at your recess meeting, you have 2 members absent, Commissioner Aguilar and Commissioner K. Morrison is excused. Commissioner Marita is participating remotely.
All right, we have a quorum. Before public speakers, Chairman Daley moves to allow participation, second by Commissioner Lowry. Roll call.
Commissioner Aguilar is absent. Commissioner Mountaineer, you vote. Commissioner Bailey. Commissioner Beckman. Aye. Commissioner Gainer. Aye. Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner McCaskill. Aye. Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Miller. Aye. And Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Lehman. Aye. Previous was aye. Chairman, the citizens excuse me, think I'm ready.
Aye.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Scott. Scott is absent. Commissioner Spence.
I just picked.
Commissioner Vasquez. Aye.
Aye. Okay, that is also aye.
Chairman, I have 15 ayes. 2 absent. Commissioner Aguilar.
Motion carries. This is an announcement. One is available in the conference room. And now we'll proceed to the public.
And go to the council room, yes, sir.
Chairman of public speakers, if you would come in this order, is Mr. Sims still in the room?
He left.
Speakers are as follows. Please come to the public speaking mic. George Blakemore, Dennis White, Jessica Johnson.
That's what we want.
I think it's good to make a law, enforce the law. No one should be above the law. And everything, every committee goes back to finance. A program. So finance is very important. In the black community, we need jobs, we need contracts and skills. And the greatest thing is that you, I think black people can wake up man, you talk about black from Jamaica, I'm talking about black from Belize, or Haiti, I'm talking about these blacks enslaved in America. It's a difference. These other came over on their own. Over their route, we came out on the slave. So our energy gets on. When we see you, I keep listening, I'm hearing residents, people that are out of the county. And in these food shelters. And homeless people. And SNAP. They practically say for residents. You can be a resident of the city of Chicago, the county of Cook, in the United States of America, and be a policeman. Or probably a sheriff, not a citizen. I'm talking about citizen. Oh, Mr. Blakemore, I'm looking at this. 1 minute. I'm talking, oh, Mr. Blakemore, look how skinny you got. Ooh, wait, father time gonna catch up with you. They're gonna catch up with you. And black people gonna wake up and stand up. The only one enslaved in America. And we see Hispanic, Chinese, and other blacks come over and get things that we didn't get. That's why the black people, I love it. Sometimes you got to teach a person sometimes how to treat you. We're gonna wake up. We're gonna stand up and we're gonna overcome the legacy of slavery. We're gonna overcome one day. Not today, but we're going to.
Dennis White. Jessica Jackson, and
We got to overcome this. We shall overcome. We shall overcome one day. But you're so skinny.
Well,
We shall overcome.
we vote for you all for the purpose to represent us, but you know, now you're seeing DoorDash going to their chamber here, and I want to play that I speak if I can't get a plate.
With your property tax dollars.
My property tax dollars, because if you don't feed the illegals, please feed me.
Overcome one day.
That's how I look. But all these people over here want funded through the TIF money and stuff. I mean, I think our TIF money should go into the west and south side of Chicago because they are really hurt. But the disappointment is everybody here. You gonna put y'all little yard sign in here, vote for the Democratic Party, vote for me, and we're gonna keep y'all down. Where do you at? And that's how it is. This ain't even Cook County. This is the name of Crook County.
Oh, my God.
That's what it is, Crook County, because there's so many crooks. And the alderman, the committee, all of you all are crooks. And you all deserve to wear orange jumpsuit. You all don't deserve to eat big food here that y'all got here. Y'all should eat that bologna sandwich over there at 26 California. Because you all over here being the biggest disappointing here towards the taxpayers. But you are the biggest heroes towards the illegal aliens. I will never ever forget this from now until my final resting spot of how crooked everybody had been. But you all want our vote, so y'all stay crooked. You want everybody to vote, so our tax dollars could go on these plates that y'all eating right now. But when ICE come in, that's when the fun's gonna really happen.
30 seconds.
ICE gonna come in and disrupt, they're gonna take y'all pressure illegal, because that money gonna come back to where it belongs, to us. And we deserve that money more than what you all been stealing from us.
You all are a bunch of politician pirates. I'm done.
Next speaker.
You go overcome one day, I'll go win.
So, where did the white shirt, sheriff go? Cause I wanted to give him this to give the sheriff dark. There's no need to call him up here if you're not gonna put that man to work. Or was that just one of the famous, things that the Democrats do? You know, that fear mongering that y'all been doing since the plantation? Is that what that was for? Because here goes some real documents that he can take to Sheriff Dark to show how corrupt Cook County is, from the highest state attorneys all the way up to and including the sheriff department. So why send that man up here and leave him empty-handed? You want it? Take it to your board, Sheriff Dark, and then take this to the public administrator, Louis G. Apostle. But since you're the lawman, Mr. Litigation, that's you, right? Let me throw some litigation to you, partner, right here, from the public administrator himself. Public administrator, it says, the office of the public administrator of Cook County administers estates of deceased Cook County residents who are without available family to administer the estate or who did not leave a will, designating a person to serve as executor of the estate. Now that's what your law says, Mr. Britton. But yet, here's my mother's full legal will. You know it, Lamont Williams. You know it, Lori. You know it, Daly. But yet, Judge McGuire, get that judge. Judge McGuire, Judge Terrence McGuire, and public administrator Louis G. Apostle, public administrator general counsel with her lying crooked self, Leah Jubakowski, and Tina Lestropoulos. They all signed this fraudulent document, the cross petition for probative wills and for letters of administration and will annex that illegally put my mother's estate into public administration. I keep telling you, Brittany, it's gonna be every day on the internet, every day here, until you tell them to settle my case. If they don't, you gonna get the smoke. It's gonna be your reputation that's on the line every single time. You understand that? Do you? Why you standing there looking like a fool? You look stupid.
Earlier, talking about y'all be gay and weird, and y'all do, and coming from. Then I'm very open to all right. But the other scam that y'all have is this LGBTQ scam, where y'all steal all this money when it comes to AIDS. Wow, y'all get so much money for AIDS, it does not make any sense. Like, at the end of the day, you're choosing to have unprotected sex, choose to be crazy, you're choosing to live that life. And because you choose to live that life, consequences come. But LGBT,
Look at her talking now.
the bad ones, always the bad apples.
Now.
Y'all are the bad apples. It comes with you guys taking money through the AIDS money. Y'all take it through these trans things, putting it in our schools, knowing that our kids should not be learning anything about that. These books that's in these libraries, these drag queen shows for these children. I came out at a very young age. I was 10 years old when I came out. I didn't know anything about even what LGBTQ was. I just knew what I was attracted to. But because of who I am, because of my religion, because I am Catholic, and because of who my mom is, I could not do anything until I turned 18. You guys are making our kids learn things at a young age because y'all get money for it. So y'all gonna continue to indoctrinate our kids and make them weird. And then take it to college. And then come back out here and bring it into our government. It's all toxic. From the LGBTQ scam to the illegal immigration scam to the COVID scam to the voter fraud. Okay. I mean, come on, man. Got one big fraudulent group of people. And all y'all talk about is abolishing ICE and fighting Trump. And y'all think y'all get back in office? Y'all think y'all get back in office? Y'all spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on these same raggedy commercials. I'm so tired of Don Miller commercial.
Oh, yes.
A Robinson commercial, Juliana Strang commercial, Robin Kelly commercial.
Come on, Zoe.
Tony Preckwinkle commercial. They're getting boring. They're so boring. Jeannie Evans for U.S. Senator. Thank you.
That's how you do it, Zoe. That's how you do it. Now, that was a wonderful commercial.
Minutes of the meeting held February 4, 2026. That motion approved is made by Vice Chair Degnan, seconded by Commissioner Daly. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Chair, the ayes have it. Chair will now entertain motions to suspend the rules to take up the substitute for item 260798. That motion is made by Vice Chair Degnan, seconded by Commissioner Vasquez. Everybody good? Okay. All those in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. Those nay, chair, the ayes have it. The chair will now entertain a motion to approve item 260798, a substitute made by Commissioner, moved by Commissioner Degnan, seconded by Commissioner Degnan. Does any the sponsors of this particular ordinance or resolution, wish to speak to this? Commissioner Miller. Whoever wants to, Commissioner Nana?
Sure. Okay. So we just, there were a few edits that we needed to make to this resolution. So when it was brought before the board meeting, it was hard to imagine that a month later, the Department of Homeland Security would be shut down. So although they are shut down, we continue to advocate for accountability for some of the actions. I know at the last meeting in February, I highlighted just some of the areas that were impacted by some of the federal agents, including in the first, the second, the third, fourth district, fifth district, in my district, eighth district, and many others. So I just, ask for your favorable vote on this resolution, and also want to thank those who have already added themselves as co-sponsors.
Thank you, Commissioner. To the resolution, please add Commissioner Morton.
I think we were.
I just want to make sure that if they add all, with the exception of Commissioner Sean Morrison.
Kevin said you wanted to go.
I don't think so.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Naya, for sponsoring this item. I'm proud to work with her on drafting this important legislation and sponsoring it. The resolution urgently calls for an end to the aggressive and dangerous surges of U.S. immigration customs enforcement, ICE, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and an end to improper U.S. border control deployment communities nationwide, and strongly urges the Congress not to allocate additional funding for these agencies without incorporating meaningful and substantial safeguards to curtail the agency's actions and how it operates in communities. I'm proud to have also co-sponsored previous legislation approved by our board denouncing ICE tactics and supporting our immigrant population on my time on this board. And one of the things I want to highlight is the African diaspora immigrants who are also affected by ICE tactics, and many are living in hiding right now as we speak. So last year, I stood in solidarity with protesters in Bridgeview and Hines VA as ICE agents continually use unconstitutional tactics to terrorize our communities, immigrants and citizens alike. We also had the shadow hearing here last October that took place in our very boardroom, where congressional leaders from Illinois and across the whole nation listened to testimony from local leaders
and to those directly impacted by the immigration policies in Chicago and the surrounding region. I just want to make sure it's clear that this inhumane treatment of immigrants and citizens alike, frequently witnessed by children, is a stark betrayal of our moral compass and American values. Federal agents persistently disregard our constitutional rights and the rule of law, racially profiling and targeting innocent children on their way to school, residents seeking essential health care in our hospitals, and individuals pursuing justice in our courts. Pregnant women are being violently thrown to the ground, unlawfully detained, and denied access to care, resulting in tragic miscarriages. When this happens, women are paralyzed by fear, unable to seek refuge in our court systems when they're seeking orders of protection for themselves or their children from abusive partners. And as a dedicated advocate for maternal health and a fierce opponent to domestic violence, I'm appalled by the inhumane treatments that we've seen. Worse, as stated from the September 2025 resolution through January 2026, immigration agents have shot 20 individuals, including 3 that resulted in deaths. Silviano Villegas Gonzalez, a father of 2 in Franklin Park, Renee Good, a U.S. citizen, father of 3 in Minneapolis, and Alex Treaty, a U.S. citizen and federal employee who served as an intensive care nurse in the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs in Minneapolis. Enough is enough for this. The principle that no one is above the law must remain paramount, and it's high time that we rein in this unlawful regime, starting by urging Congress to not allocate any additional funding for ICE and CBT until there's an addition to their aggressive and dangerous actions, and I encourage ICE.
See, yeah, that's a J.S. McClung.
This past weekend, I chaired a panel, related to ICE, in my district, along with Congressman Quigley. And 3 of the people on the panel included a fellow from the MacArthur Foundation, a woman whose law firm specialized in immigration and detention issues, and then somebody from the ACLU. And what became apparent, through all of their testimony was the fact that people are being detained beyond the pale. There is, habeas corpus petitions that are filed for the vast majority of these people. Most people do not have legal representation. There are such in places that are not humane. There's not facilities there that can accommodate overnight accommodations. They're not given regular food or hygiene products. In one case, there was a solitary confinement cell that barely fit 1 person generally, and they had shoved 8 women in there together. At the end of the day, everybody's professional opinion on that panel was that in these detention facilities, the objective is to keep people detained, keep them there without allowing outside people to know what's going on in order to have them self-deploy. So to me, that seems like cruel and inhumane punishment. And I think everybody needs to know what's going on. I think that there needs to be an accounting so that this does not happen again. At the end of the day, I think that immigration system is broken. We all agree that immigration system is broken. I don't think that Republicans or Democrats alike think that it's working well. But in particular, the way that ICE operates, it's like a system like a broken bridge. So if you're an engineer and you see a rotting bridge, you don't think, oh, I'm going to spend a lot of money and effort to repair it. You take it down and rebuild it. And that's what I think needs to happen here. I think we need to relook at the law. I think we need to tear it down and build it up in a way that makes more sense for everybody involved. So I am absolutely an aye vote on this. I'm glad it was being brought. I'm glad it gives this board an opportunity to discuss what's going on in greater detail. So thank you to Commissioner Anaya and Commissioner Vasquez, who have been great opponents of this, and their whole team for being supportive.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Staples.
I'm just curious, this question, of course, I'm an aye vote, but this question is directed to Declan. I'm curious, on your panel, did it come up who actually owns the detention centers and the money that's involved?
The Democrats.
When detaining, immigrants and Americans alike. I'm just curious about.
Ain't detaining no Americans.
That's connected to this unlawful incarceration.
Ain't
No,
detaining no
it's really
Americans.
talking about their legal representation of the folks that were detained
what the conditions
Not to
are
paint in
or,
American.
how to ensure that there's implementation moving forward to preserve cases. A lot of it was focused on the legal aspects of the violations of law in the United States and Illinois. So it wasn't really on who owns the detention center, but a lot of what came up in those discussions were the fact that, you know, we have moved beyond calling people illegals. I mean, at this
No, we
point,
haven't.
trying to say illegals really dehumanizes a person. So to say somebody's undocumented is really where we're at today. So as we move forward and we evolve as a society, we have to look at these problems as the basis of humanity. Who are people at a very human element? And to try to dehumanize them really complicates the like already very complicated issue. So putting the right words to both legal and just big issues like this is important, but at the end of the day, it was mostly focused on the legality, or in this case, illegality of detaining all people who are documented and undocumented.
Thank you, Commissioner.
They're not detaining Americans.
Commissioner Trevor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Vasquez and Ananya for spearheading this. And I just wanted to add again, my very strong support for this resolution. The tactics.
I guess she didn't like the shirt.
Law enforcement is not legitimate without some. There is a stunning lack, as been sort of your stunning lack of accountability with these federal agents terrorizing the communities, and I use terrorizing very. The fear that has been generated in the community where I live has been devastating. Businesses are losing customers.
Yeah.
People are afraid to leave their home.
Yeah.
Just undocumented residents.
Yes, it is.
It's legal residents.
No, it's not.
And we need to.
A legal person.
As the system.
A legal person don't have no reason to leave their house.
Oh, okay.
We do need immigration policy, we do need immigration enforcement, but what we've got right now is not. It's not doing the job of both in terms of policy and enforcement. So again, I'm adding my very strong support to this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner John Morris.
Chairman, thank you. As mentioned earlier today, talk about advocacy for positions. It would be boring if you didn't have a great deal of conflation in to your statements. I've been on the board 10.5 years, and I have yet to support one resolution that's loaded with inflation. I think that if an item is an item, it can stand very strong on its own merit. And oftentimes we fail to do that here. For example, a simple resolution that I think everybody would get would be something, one paragraph can be something like, any federal law enforcement agent adjudicated in a court of law to have committed a crime shall be prosecuted and incarcerated. Anybody want to put that forward? I'll co-sign it with you. But that's not what we have. So
Come on, come on.
Opposition. I'll take some time to read this. After reading it carefully, what becomes immediately clear is that this document is not a balanced policy statement. It's a highly partisan political message dressed up as a county resolution. It is written with sweeping accusations, selective facts, and inflammatory language that portrays federal law enforcement officers as villains, rather than public servants, carrying out the laws passed by the United States Congress.
Come on.
But there are deeper problems here. First, immigration enforcement is a federal responsibility, not a county. The Constitution assigns that authority to the federal government, and Congress determines the funding and policy framework for agencies like ICE and Customs Border Protection. The county does not control federal immigration law.
Come on. Come on.
When we pass resolutions like this, we are not governing. We are engaging in symbolic national politics.
My man.
This resolution repeatedly cites allegations of isolated incidents while providing no context. Federal immigration enforcement involves tens of thousands of encounters every single year. But this document offers no denominator, no investigative findings, and no acknowledgement that the overwhelming majority of those encounters occur without incident.
Come on, come on.
Serious policy making requires context, not selective examples.
Mm-hmm.
Third, the resolution ignores the broader public safety mission of these agencies. ICE and CBP are not abstract political symbols. They are law enforcement agencies. Half of the cartels, smuggling, Netflix, stopping human trafficking, and interdicting dangerous narcotics entering our country. And here's a fact that should not be lost on anyone in this chamber. In Polk County alone, opioid overdoses have taken the lives of thousands in the past 1 year. 2022, just for 2025, more than 5,000 overdose deaths occurred in Cook County from fentanyl, an overwhelming share. So while the resolution spends pages condemning the agencies, castigating the men and women of federal law enforcement responsible for enforcing immigration and border laws, it says almost nothing about the fentanyl crisis, devastating communities right here in Cook County that we are elected to serve. That omission is remarkable. What is also being ignored, what I think many taxpayers understand very clearly, is the larger fiscal reality.
Come on.
In the past several years, the country has experienced historically high levels of illegal immigration. Regardless of where someone stands politically, the simple governing question is sustainability.
Mm-hmm.
Our school systems have limits. Our health and hospital systems have limits. Our public capacity have limits. Our social service networks have limits. Our public safety resources have limits.
He's cooking.
Frankly, the taxpayers of Illinois and Cook County.
Come on.
When tens of millions of people enter the country over a short period of time, costs do not just disappear. They are borne by local governments, by school districts and hospitals, and ultimately the taxpayers in places like Cook County.
Come on.
This is not political rhetoric. This is basic fiscal reality.
Mm-hmm.
And most importantly, it's not fair to the working families and senior citizens of Cook County to pretend that these pressures do not exist while we pass resolutions about federal politics instead of addressing the sustainability questions that actually affect our citizens.
My man.
Ignoring these realities while focusing on symbolic political resolutions like this, frankly, is just white noise. It avoids the harder conversation about fiscal sustainability, capacity, fairness to the taxpayer, responsibilities that we're here to manage. Furthermore, the resolution does not fix a single road in Cook County. It does not reduce a single property tax bill.
Come on.
Make a single neighborhood safe.
But the
It does not assure course.
just suspend it. I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
No outbursts are allowed
Mm-hmm.
during speaking on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Please respect Commissioner Morrison and the other members of this board and keep your comments to public comment, which is where it belongs. Thank you. My apologies, Commissioner Morrison.
It does not make a single neighborhood safer, and it does not help a single child learn to read math better. Our citizens do, however, expect us to focus on the responsibilities they elected us to manage. It's public safety, fiscal responsibility, infrastructure, courts, and county services. Fourth, some of the claims in the resolution go way beyond the scope of county. It calls on Congress to deny funding to federal agencies, endorses federal legislation like the so-called Melt Ice Act, and proposes national changes to federal enforcement policy. Respectfully, Cook County is not a congressional committee. We are not the Department of Homeland Security. We certainly are not the National Command of Relief and Border Patrol Operations. And finally, something else is not lost on me and many others, the timing. We're in the middle of an election season. The tone, language, the framing of this resolution reads far more like campaign messaging against the presidential administration than a serious piece of county government. Men who was serving in federal law enforcement deserve better than to be turned into political talking points and castigated. Clearly, if there are legitimate concerns about enforcement practices, they should absolutely be investigated. And there are several established oversight mechanisms: inspector generals, congressional hearings, and federal courts. The passing county resolution condemning entire federal agencies and urging Congress to defund them it's not oversight. It's not policy. It's a political. Frankly, it belongs in a campaign flyer and not a resolution. For those reasons, I will not support this resolution. Thank you.
Anything further? That's now my second warning. The next time it happens, I will have to ask the sheriff to suspend your rights to be in this room as our ordinances.
For clapping?
So
For clapping?
Lawsuit. You a lawyer.
You know what? I am. And I can tell you that under the terms of the Constitution, if you disrupt this meeting, you can't be removed.
No, it's not.
All right, next, Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you. Commissioner Morrison, I want to address some of the comments that you made. So this is a resolution urging our Congress members. And so while you have made claims that this doesn't, directly impact our county residents, I think my county residents, for example, which are of varying statuses, many of whom are children of immigrants, would argue otherwise. We have now experienced the most unprecedented amount of funding going to this agency. It has never happened at that level before in the history of DHS. When we talk about the investments we need in our schools, when we talk about the investments we need in our state, this is money that could be used at our state. We just had a briefing where we talked about SNAP cuts. We talked about some of the housing insecurities many of our residents face. The money that we are allocated to this agency, which is again unprecedented, could be redirected to some of the things that our residents need to live a healthy and dignified life. And so while I know that many of you here in this room understand the difference between a resolution and an ordinance, again, this is, I think, in the spirit of our work because we're urging our Congress members to represent swaths of our districts to do the right thing. And I am proud to be supporting this alongside Commissioner Naya, Commissioner Miller, because I do believe that we need to take a look at the fiscal impact that this is going to have. And the fact is that this money is being spent creating one of the largest armies in the world. That is true. You can check that out. Instead of investing in our schools, instead of investing in employment opportunities, instead of investing in infrastructure. And for that reason, I welcome a resolution urging the prosecution of ICE agents that have acted in brute force. And I'm happy to work with you on that, Commissioner Morrison. But I do believe that this resolution is very much in line with what we are charged to do, which is represent our constituencies and make sure that we are using our seats to advocate, work with other elected offices so that our residents are represented effectively.
Thank you, Commissioner Naya.
Yes, I'd like to echo some of that, and then just also state that it would be completely out of line for us to think that we do not have a voice in this. We are the second largest county in the country. This county has seen unprecedented, we want to talk about safety, yet we are failing to acknowledge the types of violence that we have seen in the streets. And it is completely naive to believe that in areas like the 17th district that people are not being targeted. Individuals, the fact that Commissioner Vasquez, for example, got shoved by ICE agents herself, the fact that I got tear gassed twice, the fact that there have been individuals here in our county, the first shooting and death happened in our county. How dare we say that we do not have an opportunity to make a statement when we are being attacked? Doesn't matter if it's coming from the Democrats or the Republicans, if our county is being attacked, it is our duty. I'm not sure if Commissioner Morrison believes that, but it is my job to protect my residents. It is my job to ensure that anything going on, whether it is the threats to our safety nets, whether it is the threats to the literal lives, I would say, of the individuals that we represent, that we have absolutely all of the right to say something about that. And if we want to talk about accountability, I think that that's exactly what we are asking here. We're asking for accountability of agents who have gone rogue, who are untrained, who are flooding our streets and trying to do everything in their power to intimidate communities from even taking their children to school, from even having a thought of going to the grocery store. We have heard horror stories over and over again, and I encourage those that do not believe it and just talk to some of their neighbors to see exactly the impact that we're seeing and to ensure that we take an action, that we as a body. Another comment that I want to make sure that we address about criminals. We've already had this conversation multiple times. The data is there. Over 70% of the individuals who have been targeted do not have any criminal background. So for us to say, oh, they are here to ensure that there's safety. No, they are here to create unsafe environments for our residents. And it is beyond my belief to think that not one person in this room would want even worse unsafe conditions for the residents. So I think that this resolution addresses that. And it does call for the accountability that we need. Not only the accountability in the sense of ensuring that everybody does an investigation and ensures that all those agents are held accountable for their complete reach on the power, but to ensure that additional funding does not go to an agency in which we have no say and even Congress people have no say and ways to hold them accountable. I mean, we know some of our Illinois delegation has even tried to, in the beginning stages, tried to go into Broadview, where they were not even allowed as Congress people. So if they're not even allowed, we need to make sure that we're backing up these instances and where we're ensuring that we're highlighting that this needs to happen. And again, as the second largest county in the country and one that has been specifically targeted over and over and over again, this is why this resolution is necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Is he gonna respond?
Commissioner Trevor?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to also address this is directly relevant to the business of Cook County as well as I think a very important moral statement. Some of the tactics that I've heard of from people who live in and around my district where the federal agents have been targeting certain commercial areas within the northwest suburbs. And I've heard reports of business down 60 to 65% in some of those areas. That directly translates to lost sales tax revenue, not only for the county, but the municipalities. And some of these municipalities are being hit very hard by that, as well as lost jobs, because some of these businesses have closed their doors permanently. This is directly affecting our economy as well as I said, people moral statement. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything further? Just briefly, Commissioner Dance.
And I would be remiss if I did not add that a young man, October 1st, was choked out by ICE agents of Black man on the expressway. October 1st, there was a 16-year-old that was held down and choked out in front of a Walgreens. As he was leaving a Walgreens, had nothing to do with anything. There were 37 people who were arrested in a midnight raid. That was in an African-American community where babies were zip tied. So this is not an isolated incident that is just impacting immigrants. Neither is this not an opportunity for us to speak out. Our silence is not a part of the assignment when democracy is under attack in this country. Democracy in this country belongs to everyone. There is a rule of law to follow. If there are things that are out of order, there are rules of law. So to say, as elected officials, that everybody in this room is clearly understands what role they were elected to. Thus, not need to be reminded. However, if you think that is important, fine. But as an elected official representing Cook County and as a person representing many constituents, both Black and brown, we do have a responsibility to advocate and speak up because, as I get into reiterate, silence is not a part of the assignment. Thank you.
Commissioner Sean.
Okay, folks. Silence is not part of the assignment, and trying to silence others is also not part of that.
You said silence.
And I would say this, just this weekend alone, we had 17 shot, 9 killed, 2 19-year-olds and a 10-year-old girl. So we can cherry pick all types of things to target heartstrings and all that stuff. These are serious issues and serious things. If you listen intently to what I wrote, and I'll probably submit it for the record, you'll see that I'm talking about the inflationary aspect of it. There's plenty of things to talk about that are on target. Things to talk about, legalities and rule of law and all those. That's where the time here should spend that. Going over resolutions, I'm not going to sit here, I would say years support one resolution that was voted with great effect. A whole bag of rice that was just conflation. It's not how I operate. Oftentimes I try to be very respectful and mindful. I always give a second. Every second somebody's things to go into the committee that we should discuss and put fully through. On the other side of it, I guarantee you that I represent many other voices, not only here in the county, but in the state, but also share this that deserve to be heard. And And I think there's a lot of American citizens that are getting a little tired of hearing the castigation of men and women in our federal law enforcement agencies being pulled in. You're correct. There are instances that have occurred here. Some of them potentially egregious and they need to be investigated, and they probably will be, long or short. A lot of it's conflationary, and those are the issues that I don't think are for the best interest of our county residents and,
Commissioner McCaskill.
Thank you, Chair. I just
Oh,
want
it's
to
good.
remind Tulsa, Greenwood, we can go on and on. We're repeating history. So if we don't get ahead of this and do something where we can meet in the middle, but something has to be done because history is repeating itself as we speak. What we're seeing happen is nothing new to the Black community. We've already been down this road. So if we don't say something now, because it had not been said in the past, that's why it's happening again. And it's just happening in real time now that we're adults, we were children when it happened before. So we have the power to actually get involved and make the statements or take the seriousness and put things forward to make sure that we find some type of mediation or somewhere in the middle, because this level of brutality, it just can't simply exist. Security at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Gaines.
Thank you. I think it's important to focus on the actions that will follow forward resolution. So as we all ask the debate into what should be the improved situation that we're talking about, they're very straightforward and they absolutely are within the guardrails of social norms that we have accepted in this country that are backed by the Constitution. Judicial warrants for arrests are something that we would all expect if we were the ones on the other side of a law enforcement engagement. Detention abuses by private for-profit detention facilities have been an issue in this country for many, many years. And why many states, including our own, do not engage in those types of contracts, because it puts the incentive on profit making and not on justice restoration or even just punishment. U.S. Border Patrol deployments, there has been a long-standing practice in this country that is also backed up by the Constitution and law and norms that do not have federal officers in engaging in what would be considered to be police actions. That is reserved for the National Guard, which involves the deployment of the governor, and that's being here. And then independent investigations of lawlessness and violence by any person who has been conveyed authority by the government is a basic expectation. And if any of us were the victim of an unlawful action by any member of the government, then we would demand and expect an independent investigation. So if we think about what we're asking for, it is the basics of what we want to do if any of these actions involve our own family members. So I think that is the important focus on going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chairman Dale. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all members, Commissioner Nye, and Commissioner, others who have sponsored. We as a board, I think, have a responsibility to stand up and speak on any issue that not only this, but it's a dominant county as well as the state. None of us in this room would want a family member arrested without an individual has, he or she has their face covered, not a body camera. That is a right. The police, every single police force, and one is members of the other police officer knows they go through a training. The whole training is to de-escalate any activity whatsoever when they're in a confrontation. The fact that Commissioner Nye and Commissioner Vasquez, they experienced this and personally in their history. And I salute them, thank them. We as a board have faced issues here. Public safety was mentioned. We've dealt with public safety budget as well as some. But this is a bigger issue. Our Constitution is being challenged. And I think we have a right and obligation to stand up. As I said, bring it right here. And if there's a criminal warrant, it's a law to the equation. If there's a criminal warrant, the federal will work with the local police. But no one in this will ever be again a family without he or she this hearing. Yes, so, yeah, very nice. Thank you, Chairman. Vice Chair Long. Thank you, Chair. If it was the fact that since President Trump assumed office on January 2020, 38 Black individuals had died in the custody of ICE, an average of 170 Black children that they've been held in custody under the current leadership in Washington. I would absolutely support this. Therefore, I absolutely support this.
Commissioner Marita had her hand up. Commissioner Marita, do you wish to address this resolution?
So the coaches. First, thank you for that, the commissioner and I are using it. I think the report has residents in our district have been impacted. I think many have seen, my district simply has been ground zero for a lot of the activity I've seen. The former head of border patrol, they've been done in front of elementary schools. So, Commissioner Morrison's point, it is impacted with the community. My, as a mom, my kindergarten, in their kindergarten class, a police officer, a local police officer went into their class for training. They thought he was going to take it away. I think, while we were talking about incidents that are very real that have been violent, the broad impacts that this has had on everyone, whether they're uncomfortable or not, whether they agree with this administration or not, it's having a very broad impact. It is our responsibility to be clear on our positions, whether our constituents agree with us or not. And so I just want to say thank you to those who sponsored this and how to be part of a board that is not in this format.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. So I think Commissioner Marita is quite aware that a young woman was detained for 30 hours recently. An American citizen, a resident of our district, and a family friend of Commissioner Kevin Morrison. That is not an anecdote. That's not something we make up. It's not something that was created by the Democratic Party. It happened in our country. And it's one incident of thousands of stories that are happening all the time. And Commissioner Morrison, I respect your opinion, but if it was my kid, it was an American citizen was taken, if it was your kid,
American kids.
I think that's what we're saying. And I'm not trying to imply that somehow you don't care about them. I know you do. But that is what this resolution is designed to address. It's designed to address something my 65 years on this planet, have never seen. And my 40 years as a lawyer, I've never seen our rights transformed in this way. Not since certainly since slavery, I would say. And therefore, it is something we have to stand up to make a point of saying we need to urge our legislature, even though it's very difficult because it's controlled by a different party, but we have to do something. And I would say to the sponsors of this, thank you for making sure that this is visible. I want to thank Jason Hernandez from the Sheriff's Office, who's going to be on a panel with me. Know your rights, because we're going to make sure that we go out to every aspect of this county to make sure people know what they can and cannot be done to. And we're going to continue to fight against the overreach of this federal government as long as we have breath and this body exists. And therefore, I strongly vote for Representative. Thank you. Anything further?
Chair, this is to approve the substituted item number 260798. And the substitute for approval was made by Commissioner Naya, second by Commissioner Daniel. Commissioner Aguilar is absent. Commissioner Naya, your vote, ma'am. Commissioner Naya is aye. Commissioner Daly.
Speak again.
Commissioner Devon.
Speaking next.
Aye. Commissioner Flory.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskell. Aye. Commissioner Miller. Aye. Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Moore is absent. Commissioner Rita, previous voting on next session. Commissioner Rita is aye. Commissioner Kevin Morrison is excused. Commissioner Sean Morrison. No. Commissioner Sean Morrison is no. Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Scott is aye. Commissioner Stamps. Aye. Commissioner Stamps is aye. Commissioner Trevor. Aye. Commissioner Trevor is aye. Commissioner Vasquez. Aye. Commissioner Vasquez is aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Chairman's vote is aye. Chairman with 13 ayes, 1 no, and 3 absent votes, and we are for
Aguilar or excuse for Kim Morrison?
Notwithstanding the division, the resolution passes. There being no further business before this committee, motion to adjourn is made by Commissioner Anaya, second by Commissioner Vasquez. All those in favor of adjournment, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay.
Commissioner Moore? No, him, Mr. Black.
Oh.
Morrison. Morrison. Good job, Commissioner Morrison. Good job. Shh. Who's from the sheriff's office? Who's from the sheriff's office? Oh,
You just saying.
he's just saying. Okay, okay. Which committee is that?
No, but we're gonna bring.
Being the Cook County Asset Management Committee
That manager.
and Chair.
Madam Chair, at your recess meeting, you have all members present with the exception of an excused absent for Commissioner Kevin Morrison and absent for Commissioner Aguilar. All members are present and no one. Great, as far as present. Are there any public speakers? You do, you have a number of public speakers. Yeah, I will call your name. Please come to the public speaking mic. George Blakemore, Dennis White, Jessica Jackson, and Zoe Lee.
All our bills. Was your all demonstrated. All one point. On our plate. You'll bully. You'll grow up. You gotta have. An aspect of something that's good. Your ability. The human, your technology. The human being is the asset. What happened with Kyle and Taylor with those taxes? An aspect. The human being. You are a liability to the United States of America. Bringing in these people that force their way in. Just gonna open my door of my house and bully me around. Gonna use my good service contracts and job because they're saying, I'm around the thing. I went there across the Rio Grande and came into Florida. I'm a resident. Are you a citizen? Did you go through immigration and naturalization? Are you a law abiding? No. You are a liability. Taxation without representation. You getting our taxes. You don't belong here. I hear you nothing, but you can't come in. Oh yeah, I'm gonna come in your house. I'm gonna break their doors out and I'm gonna lay in your bed, eat your food, do what I wanna do. I'm a resident. I am a citizen. Get out of here. Get your way out of here. This is my house. How did it get to be your house? I was brought over enslaved in America. I gave my blood, sweat, and tears to America. And I dare you come and get in front of me and get things that I'm not to see. I hate you. You made me hate you. We got to overcome. Sing this song on your way out. We shall overcome. When are you going to overcome? We shall overcome. I am somebody. Jesse Jackson didn't have to tell me that. I belong here. My blood, sweat, and tears is hung up and tangled up in America.
First of all, Commissioner Lawrence, thank you for saying that. Because some of you all don't know what's going on here with the immigrant issue around here. When you say Samuel Gonzalez got killed by ICE agents, you all was on the uproar. You want to abolish ICE for doing their job. We voted for this to get them out, okay? And you have the nerve to say that they more like terrorizing the community? What community did they terrorize? Can you answer that question? Can any of the black commissioner answer the question? What ICE did on the south and the west side in Inglewood, South Shore, Arbor Gresham? What did ICE do? They didn't terrorize nobody. I've been black for 63 years. They haven't terrorized me. I mean, your policy terrorized me, but not ICE agent. What have ICE done that you all had something to do against ICE? Wrong thing. Y'all all uproared for Renee Good and Daniel Petty because ICE took them out. They should have stayed their butt home. That's what they should have did. But when somebody like Laken Riley got killed, what was your outcry for that? You didn't say nothing. Silence is golden when the victim is being killed by the predator. But when ICE take out the predator, you all want to protest, march, pay the protester and stuff. You all want to fund these illegal aliens, and then you talking about we call them illegal because then it's all about dehumanizing.
1 second.
I have every right to say what I want to say because I'm a taxpayer. I pay taxes. You all have the nerve. You're not even close to becoming Democrat. Y'all all are liberals. That's what you all are. That is some nerve that you all spit something out your mouth, talking about abolish ICE. Yes, if my tax fund will continue on to get these illegal aliens out there, so be it. And I guarantee you, I'm not the only one who's gonna be speaking on this podium to say it too.
30 seconds.
Hey, shame on you all. Shame on you, Jasper Crockett.
Next speaker.
It's amazing how the room empties out, right? So Donna Miller, you standing there looking all perturbed. I don't know why, except for maybe it's going in your head how you allow this nonsense to be said around you and you don't react. Like the nonsense of Britain there, saying about how he was thankful for representatives from the sheriff department to be here. When I'm standing here with a fraudulent document that the sheriff department did and you didn't even give it to him. But you have the audacity to sit there like you all smug and upright. You have the audacity to say to that man, to Morris, I think his name is, how would he feel if it was one of his children that was getting attacked by ICE? How about we ask my mother? How does it feel that her child is being attacked by your court system? How does that feel? How does that feel when Black people have worked their entire life, paid off their property to pass it to their children, and then your corrupt Cook County Circuit Court system, Daley, who ran to, steals our property? You want to talk about a community that's targeted? Let's talk about how you all targeted the south side and west side when y'all gave us these great big old property tax increases that you knew would result in a lot of us losing our property. You got the audacity to talk about a community that's targeted for a bunch of people who shouldn't even be here in the first place. You are illegal. You are an alien. The Constitution refers to them as aliens. They are illegal. They don't have a right to be here. The mere fact that they crossed that border, they broke the law then. We don't need to wait for them to do something a second or third time.
That's right.
70% of them hard workers, my book. Every last one of them that they
Right.
sex predators, murderers of multiple times. You sitting there like that. You better get your boy. Get your boy. Louis G. Apostle. Judge Terrence McGuire. Get your boy if you all about justice. But you're not. You're sitting there because you're racist. And this is not about
30 seconds.
going after Trump. I didn't figure that out. This is not about y'all going after Trump because you know you can't do nothing to that man. Y'all attacking us. Trump as a scapegoat. You all are attacking us. And you're using Trump as a scapegoat because y'all know doggone well y'all can't do nothing federal to that name.
That's right.
Y'all coming after us.
Whole black.
And you know this. We ready for it. It's hot down here. We know how to handle it. Right here.
Time is expired. Next speaker, please.
That's right. That's who we're.
Illegals who not legally vote in U.S. elections. Federal law requires voters to be U.S. citizens. You know, in Illinois and Chicago, you must also certify that you are a U.S. citizen to register and vote in state and city elections. That's why y'all trying to pull these BS organs from the Reverend Jesse Jackson Senior one over there to the one that you just try to turn passing so the ICE don't come and take these voters because y'all know that the Democratic Party is done and all y'all do and been doing is stealing votes all day, all the time. Y'all got some votes right now from the cemetery that y'all about to go. 17. You know I got it. But yes, Ms. Jessica Scott Britt, you are a racist. You are racist. Ms. Bridget is a racist. Anybody, usually the white liberals is the racist. And the racist, and the crazy thing is Malcolm X has said this plenty of times. He warned us before I was even born. Okay. And it's explaining it right here. The fact that y'all think that y'all are going to bypass the people who built this country and going to go ahead and just give it to the Latinos because y'all don't know black people have no power unless you are a slave to this plantation like you are Donna Miller, Tara Stamps, Michael Scott, Laurie, Stanley Moore, Brandon Johnson. Y'all can't do nothing for us because y'all are all in cahoots with stealing our property. Gary Steele, who is a realtor. You guys are trying to take that land in Harvey for the retention pond. Just like that, just like in Crestwood. Crestwood got is leasing that land over there for $1 million, giving it to Water Reclamation, and Water Reclamation got a $17 billion budget in the green, while the south side and the west side keeps flooding. Y'all are trying to exterminate the rest of us.
Yep.
And y'all think that it's going to happen, and it's not, because President Trump is not going to let it happen. I'm not going to let it happen. All hands on deck.
All hands on deck.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Are there any changes to the agenda?
No, women changes.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion from Commissioner Deckman to move for approval of item number 26-0870, the minutes from the meeting of February 3rd. Seconded by Commissioner Britton. All in favor of approving 26-0870, signify by saying aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Yes, ma'am. Are you able to move the next items on the agenda?
Yes, we can.
To approve item number 26-0637, the MR subcontract for energy consultant services.
Yeah, and the next one.
And item number 26-0677, contract with Train US for HVAC design, products, installation, and services to address time-sensitive additions to their scope, including a countywide solar installation. And the increase will address unnecessary recent projects in the county building.
Okay, second by Commissioner McCaskill. Is there someone from?
It's in the room. You are all in those.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Miller and Commissioners. I'm Jamie Myers, Interim Bureau Chief of the Bureau of Asset Management. This afternoon, we have two matters before you for consideration. The first item, 26-0636, is a contract with Amoresco in the amount of $619,902.96 for energy consultant services as it relates to the procurement, monitoring, and research of natural and gas and utility and electricity supply at all county-owned and leased facilities. The second item, 260677, is a contract increase with Train US for approximately $26.5 million. The majority of this increase will allow the county to replace the roof at Cicero Warehouse, so we may install solar panels at the site. As you recall, the county has been put in a position where it must expeditiously complete its solar projects for the Inflation Reduction Act, green energy rebates and incentives sunset as a result of cuts in the big beautiful bill. As Commissioner Degnan also mentioned, approximately $1 million of this increase will also allow the county to purchase HVAC products directly from Train in order to avoid longer lead times and inflated costs due to tariffs if we were to procure the supplies through a contractor. The HVAC products will aid in completing our lease activities at 118 North Park, so we can vacate our lease at 161 North Park on schedule. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from any commissioners? Commissioner Morrison.
So this is a increase above and beyond the original allocation of $36,905,000, correct?
That is correct.
And so for a total of $64 million. And is that all substantially going towards the project for the solar panels for that roof?
It's going towards the roof replacement itself.
So $64 million for a roof?
No, that's $64 million. It's not $64 million. It's approximately $25 million for the replacement of the roof, plus some additional HVAC work, as well as upgrade to the electrical service. So the building has an undersized electrical service, and as you may or may not know, there are two elected officials in that building. And the HVAC system was not made for people to be in there full time. It was made to be a warehouse. And so in order to provide proper air conditioning and heating, we need to put new equipment in, and that new equipment requires an upgrade to the electrical service.
Oh, but would you please provide for me what that breakdown of these costs are going to be, the combined costs?
Yes, we
The
can.
ones who originally went in towards the end of 23 and then the additional 26.
Okay, certainly.
Yep.
Any other questions? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of approving items 26-0636 and 26-0677, signify by saying aye. Say aye. All opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is approved. Commissioner Britton moves to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner McCaskill. All in favor of adjournment, say aye. All opposed, say nay. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
I love it. It's been a while. I've been doing it too. I love it.
You see more meetings today? They said a 10-minute break.
I look so ugly, I need to cheer. You can believe that. They do marijuana, you gain some weight. I'm old, they say you, it's just marijuana. And you can go, oh, they see me, I'm gonna snap. I'm not gonna be able to do this. I know what. Yes. Every dog has to keep it.
Economic development.
Always want to get it in black. I look at the neighbor, I say, that no ugly man, that's me. Father, child pictures up to you. Once was young.
10-minute break, then they doing economic development. About 20. 20 to 20. But outside.
Father, time. You ain't got to work. I gotta get the new, this new me. You take a bath. Keep living. I heard my own cheap and every damn thing. Keep living. You might know where you are, but you don't know where you're going. Keep living. Keep living, dogging people out. You reap the seeds you sow. Keep living.
Go ahead.
Keep telling the sheriff to lock me up.
Yes.
Shut me up. Keep living. Keep living. He bullying me, telling the sheriff to lock him up. Talking loud. Keep on doing it. You're gonna reap the seeds you sow. Keep on. Keep on telling the sheriff, lock him up. Lock him up. Keep living. Don't get seen. Don't get away. Don't get away. Keep on living. Just a matter of time. Every dog has his day. You just think I'm gonna have my day and you're not gonna have your day?
Every day.
Every dog has his day.
Y'all like ignore,
Uh-huh.
y'all ignore our issue.
Yeah. And then they say, do you have children, grandchildren? Watch how you treat people.
I mean it from the,
And I go, you how to treat me. You don't know how to
from the
treat me.
bottom of my
Don't
heart.
think they felt
this much heat.
They ain't felt this much heat.
Black folks need to show these people how to treat us.
I've had it. I don't care how that, what's her name? That's thing. I don't care how she, I don't care about that. She's a loser.
Don't overcome.
She's a loser.
We shall overcome.
She's a loser.
How you gonna overcome? The legacy. How you gonna do it?
Gonna sit up
I
here.
am from back.
Sit up here.
I'm
Talking all.
from back. I didn't need that.
And don't stand up for your own people. They're disgusting. Who? She's a certified clown.
Certified clown.
She make you stay in the back of your closet.
I'm not a leader clown.
He's the leader of the clown. I just say, bring out the clowns. Bring out the clowns. Somebody play that song. Bring out the clown.
You're so trying to be sophisticated. I don't even have a bank. You don't even have a store. Service station.
In front of you and running back to you. Bring out the clown. She the number one clown. She the number one clown. I'm mad as hell. I'm sick of going through this. You know how much money this has cost me?
They don't have nothing after Robbie name.
Do you know how much money this has cost me? I'm mad as hell.
Keep talking about the ancestors will see us now. They will laugh it up.
Let's talk about what's really going on.
Haitian nationalists.
Come on, let's talk about the Somalians. Let's talk about the Somalians. Are you kidding me? They lost their damn mind. These Negroes have lost their mind in here. Right.
The feds don't want to.
I know you're real good.
Yeah, and see, but they don't put that in the news. Yeah, but we got to put it out there. Yes, Trump is making moves. Yeah, in Baltimore. Baltimore. Ain't that Philly here in trouble too?
Yeah.
And you got New Orleans. Yeah, that was what The Wire was on, based on. Hell,
He's fixing that.
he's not. It's not. They letting us deteriorate. He's part of the problem. They letting us deteriorate.
He probably on that too.
Hell yeah. Him and his wife.
Still here.
Look at him. Look. And he knows. Lamont Williams know he gave up my case. But he got to sit there and grin with that white boy like that. Look. He got to sit there and grin with him. Look. I wouldn't be caught. Look at that. Lamont Williams better grin. You better grin, Lamont. You better grin. Master say grin. Grin. You hear me? Yes, you do, or you wouldn't be saying, Now, you heard me. It wasn't nothing favorable, believe that. All right. You heard me. Huh? It's not the meeting yet.
What I'm saying, you're antagonizing him.
I'm not antagonizing him. He antagonized me when he gave up my case.
Our next two meetings are business and economic development.
He antagonized me when he gave up my case to the public administrators. He antagonized me.
Secretary, would you please remind us of the roll call for business and economic development? Thank you, ma'am. At your recess, roll call, you had all members present with the exception of an excused absence for Commissioner Kevin Morrison. Commissioner Marita was connected remotely. Commissioner, are you still connected? Commissioner Marita? Commissioner Marita. Hold on a second. Let's see if she's still there.
They don't even, they have a code. They don't have respect.
Ma'am, if she's not there, we will not do a remote roll call. I'll actually connect, okay? You do have a quorum. Thank you very much. I'd like to call the Business and Economics Committee meeting out of recess into order. You've already referred the roll. Are there any registered public speakers? Chairman, we have a number of speakers. Would you please sign up at the public speaking mic? George Glenmore, Dennis White, Jessica Jackson, and Zoe Lee. Be reminded of the rules.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marita, and we will need to do a remote roll call after Mr. Flake. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Blakemore, like very intelligent and speak well. Where are you? You know, you see that. You need to change too. Anyway, I mean, business and economic development. How long has it been in Chicago? It came in 1970. What did they have? They had black business. Black banks, black service stations, black grocery stores, black car dealership. The hospital, you know, the first hospital used to be more black one was forward Providence. Not Stroger, but the black body. I mean, Stroger body from the black. They had their own hospitals with professionals and nurses. They had open heart transplant. Oh, they are great people. These black people are great. They don't know how great they are. They come from great people. They're businessmen. They're scholars. They're historians. They're astronauts. They're scientists. They're builders. They're great. Something happens. They say SAI sometimes happens to a people. They have nothing now. This is the dark age now. And their representation, the elected officials, the county, the black faces, the ultimates in high places, and chairman of this and over that, and they don't have nothing. They don't tend to their business. The Hispanic people tend to their business. My mama used to say, Nathan is smarter than you. She loves you more than Nathan. But you can see the other little boys are smart. Now, you know, these Hispanics got more sense than these blacks. They advocate for their people, the Chinese and other ethnic groups. But something happened. Something happened to us. We're not great anymore, but we are still somebody. And he said, the president of Cook County Board, what color is she? Black.
30 seconds.
Oh, it's sad. Woo!
Ma'am, let me pause your public speaking for a minute to do your remote roll call. It was moved by Commissioner Lloyd.
It's
seconded by
embarrassing.
Commissioner Britton. Remote roll call is.
It's embarrassing.
Is absent. Commissioner Naya.
It's embarrassing.
Commissioner Naya is absent. Commissioner Britton, your vote, sir? Is aye. Thank you. Commissioner Britton, is that Commissioner Laurie? Commissioner Laurie, is that Commissioner Miller?
Advocate for that.
Commissioner Miller?
Everybody.
Commissioner Miller is absent. Commissioner Moore, your vote is aye. Commissioner Moore is aye. Commissioner Marita, your vote? Commissioner Marita, your vote is aye. Thank you. Commissioner Kevin Morrison is excused. Commissioner Sean Morrison, your vote, sir? Thank you.
Commissioner Sean Morrison is aye. Ma'am, your vote is aye.
It is.
So, ma'am, we have we have 6 ayes and, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Remote roll call does pass.
Thank you very much.
Please proceed. Thank you.
All of this was have legal in Chicago for transferring grief. And the reason is the lack of safety for these businesses and the high taxes. Now, if you notice that Marshall Field used to be there for many, many years, they left. Then you got all other businesses that left. Caterpillar, Boeing, McDonald's, they all left because of all these ridiculous taxes that the governor, the county president, and the mayor have been putting on them. So now there's no tax, there's no business. Now we got to pay the taxes for commercial buildings. On the south side, there are no black business. None. Except for the liquor store, but they're not black owned. If you see, they have Palestinian flags in the liquor store, and they disrespect us, disrespect our children. But the only thing they don't disrespect is that money that's coming out of our pocket and into their hands. So something needs to be dealt with. We should not, if anything, we need to bring back the old Black Wall Street on the south and west side. The north side is good. But it's hard for us because we got some of these crooked black aldermen and some of these crooked black commissioners with a crooked black preacher, a crooked black mayor who always say invest. We try to invest. But guess who they invest in? The people who came from the south of the border through Texas, coming over here busting. They over here open up their own little business without any sanitation license. Don't even ask for a business license, but they can sell it in any streets on the south and the west side of Chicago. There's a problem here with that. So we need to do something about it. But it's up to you all to do it for us. But I know you're not going to do it because it don't fit y'all agenda. So to some of you black commissioners, how black are you all? How much would y'all say if we gonna open up something that's black owned with the red, green, and black flag, the black fist? Still, you know, we can't, Jesse Jackson say keep hope alive. We can't keep hope alive if y'all keep killing us. That's one thing that we notice. So how much are you gonna invest in the south and west side?
Next speaker, please. Jessica Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you.
Business and Economic Development Committee. You know, one thing that was said a little while ago, a few minutes earlier, is that if you're a certain age, like I'm 63. So I do look good. Black don't crack, right? Maybe that's my thought. Yeah. Okay, so on and just take it up back. There it is. Okay. Okay. There was a time growing up in Chicago, on the south side of Chicago, where he's absolutely right. There were black businesses everywhere. Black restaurants, black stores, black grocery stores, black furniture stores, black banks, black movie theaters. We literally never went downtown. We never went downtown unless we went to Marshall Fields or wanted some Garrett's. Outside of that, we had no reason to leave the south side because it was plentiful. Well, like it happens in history, by the time we get our footing with anything, here comes, the government, the federal government with their games. So coming out in the 60s and the 70s where we had everything. What did the government do? The crack epidemic of the 80s and 90s. We know it was the government because Maxine Waters investigated it years ago and found that the CIA had done that, had put the crack and the guns in the black neighborhoods to finance that war. And so when you talk about things that are so long ago and the reason why we're not owed reparations and all this and that, because it happened so long ago. No. It's came all through history, from slavery to Jim Crow to the crack epidemic to right now Britain, but they're stealing our property. They're stealing our property and they're doing it through civil proceedings. So to sit there and grant with people like Lamont Williams, who will probably sell out his mother if he thought that she could get if he could get a position somewhere, ain't no need of looking at me like that. Because if you ain't had no respect for my mother, I ain't got no respect for yours. That's how I get down. Anyway, like I say, study my case, find your boy, Louis G. Apostle, Tina the Stropolis, Leah G. Bukowski. You can sit there looking all smug if you want to. But the truth of the matter is, if you don't do nothing about it, we sending this to the White House. Because Trump ain't scared of y'all. And he's doing way more than what you all are allowing the media to show. He's doing way more. And he will lock him up, jailbird.
All right, thank you. Thank you, give you a good history today.
Yeah, it is.
The news doesn't tell y'all, but Haitian National had pled guilty to stealing $6.7 million in food stamps from a Boston store. So when y'all keep talking about SNAP cuts, he just sold $6.7 million in food stamps. Haitian National, illegal, the ones that y'all trying to stay, keep over here. Please stay over here. We need ICE Houston arrests 414 illegal alien child predators. Trump's first year. Y'all want to talk about that? Y'all want to talk about that? Never wants to talk about that. Y'all never want to talk about why an illegal alien killed Dakar Thompson, and y'all never talk about that. Y'all don't never talk about that. Y'all don't talk about why Alexei Janulius sold 300 illegal alien CDMs. Well, we got American truck drivers that can't even get a loan.
Yeah.
That's economic development, right? We can't even get that. We can't get Illinois. We got 300 truck drivers that are in Illinois. That's American. Born and raised, went through the process, went through all that to get the CDL, but you got Alexei Janulius, Secretary of State, selling them. Right. And you want us to think that he can be the next mayor of Chicago. I mean, it's just crazy. Economic development. Look at the South Side and the West Side. What economic development? You got liquor stores, economic development. Trinity United Church, who y'all gave $21 million to for some daycares. I mean, what type of daycares are there that they need $21 million? I know people who have had their daycares in South Shore for 19 years and can't even get a $10,000 rent. Economic development is when y'all give all the money that's supposed to be allocated to our communities, to the foreigners, to the wing stops, to the subways,
Charlie's,
to the Dunkin' Donuts. Come on, to the Chinese restaurants. To the beauty supply warehouses, to the nail salons.
That's right, Black.
You need dialysis centers on every corner. We just got kidney problems. Oh Lord. Because our organs is $1 trillion business too. You know, economic development. Another way that we don't never see. I mean, we go through stress. The way y'all stress Black Americans out since the first day that we've been born is crazy. Now, I'm born in '86, and if you think that I am going to continue to allow this for the generations behind me, you're absolutely. Like I said, I will camp out in front of the White House in a tent until President Trump sees me, brings me in there, and I start pointing out each and every one of y'all.
30 seconds.
Because something has to be done. The fact that y'all ignore our issues, but have all this money to sit here and say you're gonna fight Trump and abolish ICE is inhumane and unconstitutional, because you're never gonna abolish ICE. Never.
Never,
Never.
never.
Ma'am, that concludes your list of speakers for this meeting. Thank you very much. Okay, next I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item number 26-0941, which is the approval of the committee meeting minutes from the meeting of February 3rd, 2026. I moved by Commissioner Sean Morrison, seconded by Commissioner Bill Lowry. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, next I'd to bundle several similar ordinances. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item number 26-0712, which is a 6B property tax incentive request for Silco Glass, Chicago in the village of, Chicago Ridge. Next, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item number 26-0714, which is a, 6B property tax incentive request for C4T properties in Elk Grove Village. And lastly, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item number 26-0715, which is a 6B property tax incentive request for SFG ISFTP Chicago Ridge in the village of Chicago Ridge.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Sean Morrison. I believe we need a roll call vote.
That's right, and.
Let me, do you want me to, they are, so there, each 6B property tax incentive request. I read the person receiving it and the village. There's anything else? Okay, thanks.
So this is a roll call vote for the items on the agenda. For BED, Commissioner Anaya is absent.
Aye.
Commissioner Anaya is remote. Thank you. Is that aye? Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Britton.
Aye.
Commissioner Britton is aye. Commissioner Laurie.
Laurie's aye.
Commissioner Laurie is aye. Commissioner Miller. Miller, aye. Commissioner Miller is aye. Commissioner Moore.
Moore's aye.
Commissioner Moore is aye. Commissioner Marita. Marita, aye. Commissioner Marita is aye. Commissioner Kevin Morrison is excused. Commissioner Sean Morrison.
Aye.
Commissioner Sean Morrison is aye. Madam Chair.
I'm an aye vote.
Madam Chair is aye. We have 8 ayes, 1 excused absence for Commissioner Kevin Morrison.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Miller moves and is seconded by Commissioner Sean Morrison. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it and the meeting is now adjourned. Now, Madam Secretary, there is no items time in nature in the workforce housing community development.
So I'm going to read this. Your recess meeting, you had all members present and a remote participation for Commissioner Marita.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to have this be recessed to the call of the chair. Can I move back Commissioner?
What motion's not needed?
Okay,
Official statement is fine.
thank you. Okay, we're done. Thanks.
Workforce is a recess to the call of the chair. Our next committee thus will be the last. Technology.
What's the next one? Just, I'm trying not to get in trouble. I think I'll stand.
You can see that they go clear in the room on old boy again. He said last time that it wasn't, that it was just a different, but here they go again. Here they go again.
Commissioners, if you're in your office, technology, please.
And I'm gonna deal with that technology too. I'm gonna deal with that technology too.
Thank you.
I'm gonna deal with that technology too.
The hour hearing region, once the end, let's call out order the technology and information committee, Madam Secretary, we need to take a roll call.
Miller is absent. Commissioner Deckman. Commissioner Deckman is en route. Commissioner McCaskill. Present. Thank you. Commissioner Miller. Miller here. Commissioner Kevin Morrison is excused. Commissioner Scott.
Present.
Commissioner Scott is present. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Trevor. Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez. Present. Thank you, ma'am.
And Mr. Chairman is present. You do have a forum. Let me revisit your attendance. Absent for Commissioner Aguilar, Commissioner Degnan.
They might be
Be in short.
number one.
And who asked you that issue?
Thank you very much. Then, Secretary, are there any public speakers or changes to the agenda?
Let me just make sure nobody is participating remotely. Right. Yes, no changes to your, it's, yeah. You have an errata. And it is for item number 260034, which is on page 2 of the agenda, and it is changing the contract. And then for speakers, you have 4 still in the room. Please come to the public speaking line, George Blake, or Dennis Wright, Jessica Jackson, Zoe Lee, in that order. And please be reminded of the public speaking rule.
Mr. Blakemore.
Thank you, sir. Go back to long, take the break going on. I'm gonna look at that. You the only one left, now you retired. So I guess they'll be all gonna say. Here. So it's no checking out. It's now. That's why I was saying, I think was enslaved, because they did not embrace the new technology. The whites came, they had the gun and the gun power. So however, with this technology here, with all the millions of dollars that are being spent with technology, I asked them about the county, what happened to those taxes? With Cal and Carol, so many $1 million, but they didn't get them on time. And those people are mostly white, educated people with technology. So evidently, you can be very smart and be crooked. These big-head white men that enslaved us, they were smart now with this gun and gunpowder. But we have to overcome the legacy of slavery, and right here, matter of fact, we knew what was going on with the talent, that technology, and kept kicking it down the road. All of y'all knew about that. So all of them are in it together. They all, that song say, I surrender all of them. And then you say, all y'all get out there and clean up this backyard. He got out with his ring, my mother got out, my poor sisters, and I, all of you are at fault. The black ones, the white ones, the Hispanic, the Asian, all of y'all, all of you are part of the problem, not the solution. Now you're gonna lay it on everybody. Madam Preckwinkle, it's not only on Madam Preckwinkle, it's been here. This dude been here.
30 seconds.
And just go from one to the other, pass it on. Those inherent bad traits. Technology. I know that I'm somebody, and I know that you all are nobody. Because you act like this. The black, the white woman, the Hispanic, Asian, all of them need to get out and clean up your
time is expired. Our next.
all of them. All of them.
Please begin.
Man, I surrender all to my black woman.
I didn't grow up with technology and I didn't grow up. Jackson didn't either. And stuff until the late 80s, early 90s. And we thought that computer, technology was the best thing that ever happened. It would expand our mind beyond imagination. But now I see that technology is a bad thing because we have our kids who can't read in an 8th grade level, but they know how to Facebook, FaceTime, YouTube, TikToking, and they use it for destructive purpose. When they do teen takeover. So they put it in Facebook, and then here comes the teenagers doing these teen takeovers. During the 2020 election, Mark Zuckerberg used his technology to censor Trump out of the 2020 election. Not in fact, they, Twitter at the time. Technology could be used for good or evil purposes. But technology can also make you more lazier too. I noticed that. And what can you all do as far as technology to make it better? China is 3 times more advanced than the United States. Then you got Africa, India. They use their technology to hack into our system. That's called cybersecurity. And we use this technology, quote unquote technology, for social purpose, not to advance, not to stop people, not to stop other countries like China or Iran, India, to come in and hack into our field. Because if you go into your system sometimes, your system crash for someone's brain breathing. Somebody's hacking into your system. Then we got the iPhone. That's another great technical field. And now we use it for wherever we want to. I'm on the iPhone. Some of you all have iPhones and stuff. So we got to be very knowledgeable about technology whatsoever. And then we got to put technology into the school system. Because now I see students, they're not doing no good for the kids often.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen.
If we hadn't been here, nobody would be here. If we hadn't stayed here, nobody
Okay,
would be here.
so I'm glad that you're the person that's over technology, because maybe you'll look into this. This thing with technology, the probate division and the public administration office, they're using technology to put fraudulent court documents into the court system. They're doing it by technology. Now, here's an example. Louis G. Apostle, the public administrator. Here it is. The public administrator's motion for a referral to mediation. Look at what he did with technology in the court system. This one, he filed in the circuit court in probate division because it has the file stamp copy there. But look what he did. He wrote a fraudulent case number right here. So you got a fraudulent case number on the face of this document. And then he has the actual probate case number up here in the file stamp. On this fraudulent one, which went into the system because it's file stamped, the correct case number is up here, like I said. A fraudulent case number is right here. So when you go to research this case, the files are messed up. Then the one that he sent to me at home by US mail, check this out. It have the correct probate number on the same document, the public administrator's motion for a referral to mediation. Same identical document. The only difference is this one has the correct case number on it, but watch, it's not filed in the system at all. There's no file stamp on it at all. You can't explain that. See, the clerk of the circuit court wants people to believe that the only thing that matters is that things are filed, that they're chronologically right in the chronological order, that it doesn't matter what the contents are. Because the contents of the orders is what give the harm. It's not enough that they're just chronologically in order. You got to go deeper than that and get the sprawl. Now, I appealed my property tax case. They know who I am.
30 seconds.
They had somebody named Ricardo Noriega call me at 3:00 on February 18th to tell me that I had to have my documents because I wanted to appeal. I had to have my documents filed in the portal by 12 o'clock at night. Technology. See, technology. Knowing that a lot of seniors will not be able to do that. You called me at 3:00 in the evening to tell me that my documents had to be in the portal by 12 o'clock that night. That means you had every intention to cheat. Technology.
Time is expired. Our next.
See that public administrator about that fraudulent
Yeah,
document.
they'll do it. They use their brains to enslave you. Or kill me, that's why I got out.
I know that we pay a lot for, IT, but how slow the system is on the city side and the county side helps you continue to build our properties through, the coordinates, the needs. It started with, Jesse White. He started just ripping these out papers, just giving to whoever. That's how, honestly, the downfall of us losing our grocery stores, losing our restaurants, losing landmarks. Gladys should have been landmark. Armin Roberts, motel should have been landmarks. Mr. Armour should have been landmark. Like, the fact that we don't have nothing on the south side is crazy to me. Why? Because when I was 10 years old, we moved here for 1 year from upstate New York. My mother tried to move back to her hometown, but Daly shut her factory down because that's what y'all do. But when I was here, I remember Mr. Armour's was open. Armour's supermarket open. I remember Gladys was open. Miss Gladys would be in there still talking to the people. I met Gladys Knight in there the first time when I was 10 years old. I remember how in '96, Chicago summertime was so special. And I was a child. So that's why to be here and now actually fighting and seeing what Chicago was in '96 and now in 2026, it's depressing. And it's depressing because with all the technology that we do have, why is our communities still looking like the way they look? And I'm not just saying this to you, Mr. Morrison. You know, I'm just saying that you're the first person since I've been coming here looking in my face. So,
yeah.
I also know that you are conservative. You know, we have sort of the same values. You know, and it's unfortunate that we have a one-party system here, and no one here understands that we don't have the technology in our communities. We don't have them in our schools. They don't want us to be technology.
Savvy.
Technology, a lot of
Savvy.
But they don't want that. The reason why Chicago Fish Red is what it is because I waited to use my influence on social media. I didn't go and do TikTok dances. I didn't do skits about stuff that didn't make sense. I used my influence about politically how ignorant Black Americans are and how we continue to vote one way when we're voting for our own demise. And we're going to continue to do it if Miss Jessica, Mr. Blake Moore, Mr. Dennis, Danielle, or any other people that come down here to educate our people, because they're not going to.
Chairman, that concludes our list of speakers.
Good, Zoe.
Very
good. So,
being the case, the chair will now entertain a motion to approve item number 26-0949. The minutes of the meeting of December 17, 2025. Moved by Commissioner Scott, seconded by Commissioner Trevor. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The chair will now entertain a motion to approve item number 26-034 as amended in the errata. A proposed contract with various law firms for technology-related legal services. Moved again by Commissioner Scott, seconded by Commissioner Vasquez. Can we? Yes, discussion, sure. Can we please hear from the representative of Bureau of Technology on this particular item?
Afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Matt Hiltbrand. I'm the Senior Legal Counsel at the California Bureau of Technology.
Welcome, Matt.
The Bureau of Technology is here requesting approval for the Chief Procurement Officer to enter into contracts with 2 law firms for technology-related legal services. These contracts are the result of an RFQ that was issued in 2025 for law firms to submit qualifications to provide legal services to the county in 4 categories of technology-related legal services: data breach management, technology contract drafting and negotiation, tech-related regulatory compliance, and privacy and data. The total program value spend authority that we're requesting is $907,731. The term of the contracts is a 3-year initial term with 2 one-year renewal options. This was modeled off of a similar RFQ for legal services that DHR has for employment and labor-related legal services. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none on that as well. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any ayes have it, item passes. The chair will now entertain a motion to approve item number 26-0602, proposed contract with Microsoft Corporation, moved by Commissioner Trevor and seconded by